जय श्री माता जी। श्रीमद् देवी भागवत। If you want to know who Adi Shakti is, read Devi Bhagavat, said by Her Holiness Shri Mataji Nirmala Devi. Sankalpam. मम आत्मानः सहजयोगी कुटुम्बानाम् आत्मोन्नति प्रीत्यर्थं मोक्षप्राप्ति प्रीत्यर्थं साक्षात् श्री आदिशक्ति माताजी श्री निर्मला देव्यै पूजनं करिष्ये। The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat. Chapter 6, Episodes 1 and 2. Story of Vritasur. Indra kills Vishwaroop. All the rishis said, O most auspicious and fortunate Suji, your narration of the compilation of scriptures by Ved Vyasji are as sweet as nectar. But our thirst is not satiated. We want to listen again and again because just by listening, all our sins get washed away. There is a story about a powerful Asura called Vritasur. His father was Twashta. Why did Lord Indra kill him? He was born in a Brahmin clan. What was the reason for his death? Did Indra have to pay for killing a Brahmin? Also, you mentioned before that Sri Devi killed Vritasura. Is there some mystery in this? Suji says, Munis, I will tell you the incident connected with Vritasura. Listen, it also tells of the untold miseries that Indra had to suffer for killing a Brahmin. In ancient times, King Janmejay had asked Satyavati Nandan Vyasji the same question. Whatever he told him, I will repeat to you carefully. Janmejay asked, Muni, Indra killed Vritasura. This is an old story. Then how did the Devi kill that Daitya? What caused this manifestation of the Devi? Muni, how could the same Daitya be killed twice? I wish to hear about this. Please tell me the greatness and glory of Bhagavati Jagdamba in this incident. Vyasji says, King, you are blessed and you are fortunate because every day your thirst increases for hearing of the splendor and majesty of the Devi. When the one who hears listens with single-pointed attention, then the narrator gets pleased and speaks clearly and accurately. In ancient times, there was a war between Vritasur and Indra. Indra considered Vritasur an enemy and killed him. For this, he had to suffer a lot of sorrows and tribulations. Indra trapped him by guile and killed him. But this should not puzzle or surprise us. The embodiment of Dharma, Sri Vishnu himself, spreads Maya over the negative forces and destroys them. Bhagavati Mahamaya can cause even the intelligence of Munis to become blunt and useless. It is by the command of Bhagavati Mahamaya that Sri Hari has taken various incarnations, starting with Matsya, fish avatar. This is the way of all the yugas. This body, wealth, house, friends, sons and wife are all mine. All living things fall into this trap of Maya and perform good or bad deeds, for no one can be free from the influence of Mahamaya. No one can neutralize this Maya. It is by the effect of this Maya that the great gods resorted to guile to kill Vritasur. I will tell you the cause of the conflict between Vrittasur and Indra. Tvashta was a deity who was permanently fixed at the feet of Prajapati. This great tapasvi was considered senior among the gods. All heavenly arrangements were in his hands. He was very accomplished and honored Brahmins. Due to some misunderstanding with Indra, they both became hostile to each other. Tvashta produced a son who had 3 heads. He was known as Vishwarup. His appearance was very alluring because of his 3 attractive faces. Each face was independent of the other. From one face, he could recite the Vedas, with the second, he drank honey, and the third face surveyed all the 10 directions. He was disillusioned with worldly comforts and pleasures and took to a life of tapasya. His mind was anchored in dharma. In the summer season, he would sit in the middle of 5 fires, Panchagni, in the sun. In the monsoon season, he would sit under a tree in the rain. And in autumn and winter, he would sit in a lake and meditate. He never ate anything. His senses were totally under his control. He was free from all attachments. Thus, the prudent and intelligent Vishwarup performed severe tapasya. But in his mind, there was a dark blemish. Seeing Vishwarup in this state of tapasya, Indra became agitated. His fear was that Vishwarup had intentions of unseating him. By this time, Vishwarup's auras began to glow. He also acquired great powers. Indra could not find peace because he was afraid that his very existence was in jeopardy. Wise men have warned that one should not disregard the growing strength of the opponent. He decided to cause an interruption of Vishwarup's tapasya. Kamdev is the enemy of tapasvis. This is the best means of breaking the tapasya of Vishwarup. Indra, who could never tolerate the growing shakti of his enemies, sent his apsaras to disturb the tapasvi. Urvashi, Menaka, Ramba, Dritachi, Tilottama and other beautiful celestial maidens were sent with the express purpose of breaking Vishwarup's meditation and austerities. The maidens left after assuring Indra that they would use every enchantment that they knew to disturb him, tempt him and ensnare him. Vyasji says, the Apsaras reached the place where Trishira Muni, the 3-headed one, was sitting. They played heavenly music and began to sing and dance. But Vishwarup was undisturbed and continued his meditation. His senses were in perfect control and he sat as one deaf and dumb. The Apsaras continued their efforts for many days. At last, they went back to Indra. They were tired, sorry, and afraid to face him. Lord, we tried in every possible way to disturb and attract the 3-headed Muni, but he is so anchored in his meditation that he did not stir. Lord, you will now have to try some other means. This tapasvi is deep and has conquered all his senses. He must be some great soul. He shines like a bright light. We were fortunate to escape being cursed by him. Indra became very spiteful and began to look for ways to kill Vishwarup. This malicious idea had formed in Indra's brain for some time. He totally disregarded the shame, dishonor and wages of sin that would follow such a heinous act. Vyasji says, Devraj Indra had become so avaricious and attached that his mind was filled with despicable plans. He mounted his elephant Airavat and went himself to meet Trishira Muni. He saw him sitting on his asan, deep in meditation. He was glowing with the brightness of fire and sun. Indra began to despair. How will I ever succeed in killing this Muni? He is certainly a great soul and he has become lustrous and radiant from meditation. But how can I ignore the fact that he covets my throne? Justifying his action in this way, Indra, the commander of the Devganas, directed his great weapon, the Vajra Astra thunderbolt, on the meditating Muni. Vishwarup fell to the ground dead. It was a most astounding sight. It seemed as if lightning had struck a mountain and the top had come hurtling down. Indra was full of glee. But the other tapasvis who witnessed this set up a roar of lamentation and distress. Indra is a great sinner. He has killed a tapasvi and committed an unforgivable crime. He has become cruel and despicable. That is why he has mercilessly murdered a meditating tapasvi. There is no doubt that he will receive the fruit of this action and pay heavily. After killing Trishira, Indra went towards his palace. This Muni was a great soul and a storehouse of religious austerities. Even in death, his body was radiant with inner light. He looked alive, and this puzzled Indra. He became worried. Would the Muni come to life again? Just then, he saw a person called Taksha standing nearby. Indra said to him, Taksha, please cut off this dead Muni's head from his body. He looks alive. Please do something that will ensure he does not live. Taksha said reproachfully, This Muni has very strong and wide shoulders. My axe will not do the job. And also, I cannot participate in this despicable act of yours. You have done a very low and cowardly act. All good people condemn such behavior. To disrespect the body of a dead man is a sin, and I am afraid of sin. This Muni is already dead. What will you achieve by cutting off his head? Lord Indra, are you not afraid to commit such a profane deed? Indra said, He is so strong that I am afraid he will revive and come to life again. Taksha said, You have already committed such a heartless murder. Have you no fear? This is called Brahmahatya and is a great sin. Indra said, I will do repentance and penance for this later. It is acceptable to kill an enemy by deceit. Taksha said, You have been overcome by greed and attachment. That is why you are committing sinful acts. Tell me, why should I join you in this sin? Indra said, I make a promise that from this day onwards, you shall be entitled to a share of all yagyas and pujas. People will offer sacrifice to you at yagyas. This is your compensation. Now you help me by cutting off this Muni's head. Vyasji says, the Taksha got tempted. Greed is the root cause of sin. He picked up his axe and cut off the heads of Trishira from his body. As soon as the 3 heads touched the earth, thousands of birds were born. From his 3 faces flew out blackbirds, pigeons, partridges, and other varieties of birds. Pigeons came from the mouth which recited the Vedas. Shiny and colorful partridges came out of the face which drank somras and watched the 10 directions. And tiny blackbirds came out of the mouth that drank honey. In this way, from the 3 heads of Trishira, these birds were seen for the first time on earth. Indra was very impressed with this happening. He went back to heaven and Taksha also went home. He was very happy that he was now entitled to a share from all yagyas and pujas. Indra was relieved that his enemy was dead and began to believe that his action was justified. He had no fear of the repercussions from killing a Brahmin. When Twashta heard that his pious and dharmic son had been cruelly killed by someone, he was furious. He made a vow, "My son was a most holy soul. I will punish the one who killed him. To avenge the death of Trishura, I will create another son. Let the gods be witness to the power of my tapasya, and let the guilty one wait for the fruits of his action." Saying this, Twashta performed a havan, reciting mantras from the Atharva Veda. He was distraught with anger. The havan continued for 8 nights. The flames were tall and bright. Then, from the fire emerged a figure who was as bright and shining as the fire itself. This sun was strong and powerful, and his radiance glowed on all sides. He stood before Twashta, who acknowledged him and said, "Son of mine and enemy of Indra, let my tapasya fill you with strength and valor." Hearing this, the sun, born from the Havan Kund, grew as tall as the sky. His body looked like a huge mountain. He said, "Father, why are you so agitated? Tell me my name and also what you wish me to do. Of what use is a son if in his presence his father still suffers? I will, this moment, drink up the sea. I will pulverize all the mountains. By my radiance, I will stall the rising sun. Today itself, I will kill all the gods, including Indra and Yamraj. If there is anyone else, I will destroy them. I will demolish the earth and throw it in the ocean." Hearing these propitious words from his son, Twashta was pleased. "Son, you are going to save me from a multitude of difficulties. Therefore, you will be known in the world as Vritra. O fortunate one, you had an elder brother, Trishura, who was a great tapasvi. He had 3 magnificent heads. He was well versed in the Vedas. He performed tapasyas which were rare in the 3 worlds. And today, while he was in meditation, Indra cut off his heads. He was innocent, and still this horrible thing happened to him. Therefore, you have to kill Indra, who is a murderer of a Brahmin, who is low and mean, who is without shame, who has no wisdom, and who is deceitful." The sorrowing Twashta began to arrange different kinds of weapons for Vrittasur. He also gave him a beautiful, strong, and well-equipped chariot and gave him permission to go to battle. Chapter 6, Episode 3, Vrittasur defeats Indra. Vyasji says, "Priests purified the chariot and weapons of Vrittasur according to Vedic rituals, and Vrittasur left with the sole purpose of killing Indra. Those Danavas who had been defeated by the gods also joined Vrittasur. Indra's spies saw the approach of the Danava army, and they ran to Indra and reported Vrittasura's approach and his intentions. The messenger said, "O Lord, Vrittasur is your sworn enemy." Twashta created this powerful Asura, and he is now speeding towards us in his chariot and followed by a large Danava army. Twashta was grief-stricken when you killed his son Trishira. He performed a Havan and used mantras to create this powerful Daitya to kill you. His appearance is so huge that he looks like the Mandarachal or Sumeru mountain. Please make arrangements for your safety. At this moment, even the Devatas came running, full of fear. The Devas said, Lord, many portents of evil are being seen in heaven. From the sounds of the birds, it is apparent that some great misery is to befall us. Crows, vultures, hawks, and kites are alighting on our houses. They are like messengers of Yama, wailing and screeching. Even the small birds are agitated. Elephants and horses and cows are shedding tears. In the nights, female goblins and rakshasis can be heard moaning and wailing. Without any wind, flagstaffs are breaking and falling down. Evil omens are being seen in the sky, in Patal, and in the mortal world. Foxes and jackals howl at night and come into our backyards. Everyone is fearful and anxious. Vyasji says, Indra became concerned. He requested Brihaspati ji to come to the palace and he asked for advice. Indra asked, Brahman, it is disturbing that so many ill omens are manifesting all over. O fortunate one, you know everything. You have all the power to remove these obstacles. You are wise, you possess all knowledge of the Shastras, and you are the Guru of the gods. You also know all the necessary rituals. Please do something that will diffuse the situation and prevent me from suffering any trials or tribulations. Brihaspati ji said, Indra, what can I do? A most heinous crime has been committed by your hands. Why did you kill an innocent tapasvi and earn the bitter fruit of fate? One has to bear the consequences of one's actions, good or bad. This is an unalterable fact. Therefore, those who wish for happiness should always be careful of their actions. Actions that cause distress and pain to others should be avoided. Happiness can never come to the person who causes pain or emotional upsetting to others. Indra, you came under the influence of greed and attachment and committed Brahma Hatya, murder of a Brahmin. Now the fruit of that action is coming before you. Even if all the gods combine, they cannot kill Vrittasur. He is coming here armed with divine weapons. He is bent upon destroying the whole world. No one can stop him. Rajan, when Brihaspati ji said this, there was a great tumult. The Yakshas, Gandharvas, Kinnars and Munis all left their homes and began to run away. Indra was very troubled to see this and ordered his ministers to organize an army. He said, call all the Vasus, the Rudras, the Ashwini Kumars and Adityas. Tell Pusha, Bhag, Vedic gods, Kuber, Varun, Yama and others to come here with all their weapons because the enemy has attacked. Then Indra mounted his elephant Airavat and set out. All the gods pledged allegiance and got into their Vahanas. Vrittasur and his Danava army had reached the northern side of Manas Parvat. When Indra and all the Devas reached, the war began. It lasted for 100 years. The first to be defeated was Varun. Then the Vayugans, Yama, Agni and Indra ran away from the battlefield. Seeing this, Vrittasur went back to his father Twashta. He said, Father, I have accomplished the job. Indra and all the devas have been defeated by me. They began to run away just like elephants and deers run from a lion. I have brought back Indra's favorite elephant. Father, I pray you, accept this elephant Airavat as a gift. Father, since it is a sin to kill those who are overcome with fear, I spared their lives. Father, what other instructions do you have for me? All the devas are really tired and afraid in their hearts. Even Indra left Airavat and ran away to heaven. Vyasji says, Twashta was very pleased. He said, Son, today I consider myself a true father. My life has found its meaning. You have made it holy. My mind is at peace. Son, now I am going to tell you something for your benevolence. Listen carefully. It is very important and necessary to meditate. It is not advisable to trust anyone implicitly. Your enemy Indra is very cunning and deceitful. He knows various kinds of tricks. Tapasya grants Lakshmi. It also gives a good kingdom. Tapasya gives wisdom and strength and victory in war. Therefore, take to Tapasya and please Sri Brahma so that you can ask for a boon. Once you get this boon, you should destroy Indra's very existence. Shankarji is very generous. Meditate and perform strict tapasya and please him. He grants all desires. From Sri Brahmaji, you can get the boon of immortality. Get all these boons and then destroy Indra. Vyasji says, Vritasur listened carefully to his father's advice and left to look for a suitable place to start his tapasya. He reached the Gandhamadan mountain where the holy Ganga flows. He bathed in the river, spread a mat of woven kusha grass and sat down. He had renounced food and water. He balanced himself, collected his attention to single point and meditated on Sri Brahmaji. When Indra saw this, he became worried. He sent all kinds of temptations and attractions to disturb his tapasya. But Vritasur was firmly anchored and nothing disturbed his tapasya. Chapter 6, Episode 4 and 5. Vritasur receives a boon and defeats the Devas. Plan for the killing of Vritasur. Vyasji says, those who had been sent to disturb the tapasya of Vritasur went back disappointed. On completion of 100 years, the creator, Brahmaji, appeared to him seated on a swan. He said, Twashta Nandan, peace be to you. There is no need for you to continue your tapasya. Ask for a boon. I have come to grant your desire. You have become very lean from your austerities. Ask for whatever your heart desires. Vyasji says, Brahmaji is the sole creator. His words were sweet like honey. Vritasur concluded his tapasya and stood before Brahmaji. He was so happy that his eyes filled with tears. He prostrated before Brahmaji. Then he spoke in humble tones. Prabhu, by this fortunate and holy darshan, I have got the status of a Dev. But O God, there is a desire which has been within me for a long time. I will state it because nothing is hidden from you. Lord, this is my wish. that I should not die by any weapons of any sort. May I grow from strength to strength so that none of the gods can defeat me. Vyasji says, Brahma said, Holy One, arise and go. Your desire will be fulfilled. Your death will not be caused by anything dry or wet, by any weapon or sharp object. This is my word. Brahmaji went back to his abode. Vritrasur was overjoyed with his boon. He went back home and told his father Twashta about it. Twashta was very pleased and told Vritrasur to go ahead and kill Indra because he had killed his son Trishira. After killing Indra, it was important to get possession of the kingdom of heaven. Son, you must avenge the deep sorrow that was caused to me by Trishira's death. It is the duty of a son to obey the father while he is alive. After his death, food should be served to Brahmins and then offering should be made to ancestors at Gaya. By these three actions, a son discharges his filial duties. Therefore, son, it is you who have to remove this great sorrow from my mind because I am not able to detach my attention from Trishira. My son was gentle, peaceful, truthful, and a scholar of the Vedas. That innocent son of mine was killed by that evil-minded Indra. Vyasji says, in obedience to his father, the now invincible Vritrasur mounted his chariot and left his father's bhavan. Drums were beaten to warn of impending war. The sounds of the conch filled the air. Observing the protocols of war, the Daitya Vritrasur advanced towards Indra's bhavan. He announced, I will kill Indra and take possession of heaven. His proclamation, together with the warning sounds, filled the people of Amaravati with fear. When Indra heard this, he made hasty preparations for war. He formed a strategic military array, grilled the view, and took his place in the middle. Vritrasur arrived and a terrible war broke out between the Devas and the Danavas. They knew each other's style and kept aiming special weapons at each other. Vritrasur finally reached the inner circle and caught Indra. He removed his weapons and armor and put him into his mouth. He was very pleased and satisfied. When the Devas saw that Indra was inside the mouth of Vritrasur, they began to cry out, Indra is dead, Indra is dead. But when they saw that he was still inside the Danava's mouth, they ran to Brihaspati ji. After offering pranams, they said, O twice-born one, you are our revered Guru. Tell us what we should do now. We were guarding Indra, but still Vritrasur managed to catch him and put him in his mouth. There is nothing we can do now. Please try to find a way to save Indra. Brihaspati ji said, Devas, what can be done? Vritrasur is invincible. Indra is in his mouth, but he is still alive. Vyasji says, all the Devas were full of fear. They began to discuss among themselves to try and find a solution. With the help of Brihaspati ji, they caused Vritrasur to yawn. Vritrasur's mouth opened and remained open for a short time. Indra collected himself and came out of his mouth. From that moment onwards was born the act of yawning. Seeing that Indra had come out of Vritrasur's mouth, the Devas laughed. The war continued. It lasted for 10,000 years. Vritrasur grew in strength, but Indra became weak and was finally defeated. Indra and all the Devas ran away, and Vritrasur established himself in heaven. He began to enjoy the gardens of heaven. He made Airavat his conveyance. All the Vahanas of the Devas, including Indra's horse, Uchchaishrava, were at his service. The cow Kamadhenu, the Parijat flowers, the Apsaras, and all the precious gems all belonged to Vritrasur now. All the Devas had gone into the mountains and started living in caves and crevices, facing many difficulties. They were also not getting any share of the Yajnas. Bharat, Indra and the Devas went to Kailash. Bhagwan Shankar was in residence. They bowed before him and said, God of gods, Mahadev, Ocean of compassion, Maheshwar, we have been defeated by Vritrasur. We are filled with fear. Please save us. He has driven us from our homes. Please tell us what we should do. There is no limit to our hardships. His boon has made him indestructible. Lord, you please kill him for us. Bhagwan Shiv said, keeping Brahmaji as the leader, let us all go to Sri Hari and ask him for help. He will be able to tell us how to destroy Vritrasur, because Janardhan Bhagwan Vasudev is self-contained, the knower of intrigue and strategy, powerful, all-knowing, and the ocean of compassion. Without surrendering at his lotus feet, nothing can be accomplished. Vyasji says, all the gods with Sri Brahma, Sri Shankar and Indra went to the abode of Bhagwan Sri Vishnu. He is compassionate, and it is he who gives refuge and protection to those devotees who seek his help. They began to sing praises from the Purush Sukta, hymns from the Rig Veda. Then Ramapati Sri Hari appeared before them. He gave them the proper welcome and then took his seat. He said, respected Devas, you are all deities who govern different regions of the creation. Why have you brought Brahma and Shankarji here with you? What is the reason for your visit? Vyasji says, the Devas were silent. They kept standing with folded hands. But nothing can be hidden from Bhagwan Vishnu. Seeing their plight and feeling love and compassion for them, Bhagwan Vishnu said, Devas, why are you silent? Tell me, good or bad, I will try to find a way. The Devas said, Lord, in the Triloki, 3 worlds, what can remain hidden from you? You are all-knowing and you know what is troubling us. Bhagwan Vishnu said, O foremost of gods, do not fear. I know a universal solution to all problems. I will tell you because it will help you and also ensure your happiness. You should use all the methods that will be for your benevolence, like power, intelligence, advantage, or guile. Our wise ancestors have said that there are 4 methods which can be used towards friends and foes, which includes gifts and humble, pleasing words. This Daitya has performed tapasya to please Brahma, and he has received a boon from him. By virtue of this boon, he has become unconquerable. There is no living thing or person who can kill him, and that is how he has captured heaven. It is only by divine strategy that he can be killed. He will have to be allured and enticed into a trap. Therefore, Gandharvas, you go to his place and try some allurements. I will certainly help Indra. I will enter into Indra's weapon, the thunderbolt. Now we must wait. Once the right time comes, he will die. There is no other solution. Gandharvas, you go to Vritrasur and praise him and soften him and establish a friendship between him and Indra. This job is not impossible. I myself took the form of a dwarf in Vaman avatar and humbled Bali. I also assumed the form of Mohini and received the Daityas. For your benevolence, you must pray to the generous and auspicious Bhagavati Yogamaya. Go to her lotus feet and with great devotion and humility Sing her praises. Then she will definitely help you. We worship that Bhagavati who is the mother of all creation. She is the supreme goddess. By her grace, all desires are fulfilled. It is very difficult and rare for the wicked to have a darshan of her. By worshipping her, Indra can manage to kill him alone, because Vritrasur will be under her spell. In such a situation, the demon can be killed very easily. She keeps concealed the causes of all causes within her, and she resides within every atom and molecule. But nothing is possible unless Param Pujya Bhagavati Jagdamba is pleased. Therefore, all Devas listen. Go and start your worship with great humility and devotion. In ancient times, even I had to fight the terrible demons Madhu and Kaitab. After fighting for 5,000 years, they were killed. They got snared in the web of Maya. Devas, you also perform stutis to the Devi. She will certainly help you. In this way, Bhagwan Sri Vishnu advised the Devas. The Devas went to Mount Sumeru and climbed to the peak. Parijat flowers added to the beauty to the scenery and spread fragrance all around. The Devas sat in that sacred place and began their chanting, tapasya and meditation. They praised the mother of all creation, who is always engaged in the creation and dissolution, and whose nature it is to grant refuge and help. The Devas said, O Devi, be pleased and protect us. We are in great distress because of Vritrasura. He has defeated us in war. You are our only salvation. You have always given protection and help to us. You are the Almighty Mother of the universe. Please help us. You are all-knowing. The protection of the three lokas is entirely in your hands. Devi, you are the ocean of compassion. A son may go astray, but if he is in difficulty, the mother always comes to his aid. This rule has been made by you, O Devi. We have not committed any mistake, but we have come to you for refuge. O compassionate mother, why are you not helping us? O giver of life to all, long ago there was a demon who terrorized all the worlds. He was of the form of a buffalo. You had mercy on us and killed him. Please do the same to Vritrasura. Like Mahishasura, there were two other powerful demons, Shumbh and Nishumbh. You had mercy on us and killed them along with a host of other demons. In the same way, please release us from the fear of Vritrasura. Mother, we are in great fear of this demon. Only you can save us. Jagadambike, please tell us how we can please you. Every fruit and flower that we use for your puja is created by you. You reside in all the mantras and rituals. We can only bow our heads at your holy lotus feet. Those men are truly blessed and fortunate who can keep their steady and undivided attention on your lotus feet, because caught in the web of worldly pleasures, those who desire liberation must use the only boat for crossing the ocean of illusion, which is meditation on your holy lotus feet. We are also indebted to those Brahmins learned in the Vedas who constantly perform yagyas and worship you. To please and satisfy the gods, the Swaha is uttered, and to satisfy the ancestors, Swadha is uttered at yagyas and homas. You reside in all beings as intellect, luster, and peace. You are the magnificence and glory of the creation. You fill your devotees with your Shakti and your love. Vyasji says, Rajan, the Devi responded by appearing before them in her most beautiful form. She was decorated with ornaments. She was holding noose and gourd and was in the pose of Abhay Mudra with 4 arms. Tiny bells tinkled from her anklets and she was draped in silk. Her voice was sweet like the cuckoo's call. Crescent moon of the first quarter formed the jewel in her crown. Her face was full of smiles. Her 3 eyes completed the beauty of her divine face. She was covered in parijat flowers. She wore red garments. Red sandal paste anointed her body. Divine Mother, Ocean of Mercy, was smiling. She is both manifest and unmanifest. The Vedas are constantly trying to fathom her magnitude and description beyond limit. Her very appearance grants Sachit Anand. The Devatas beheld the mother and experienced this joy. Then Bhagavati Jagadamba said, Tell me what difficulties you are now facing. The Devas said, Devi, please put an enchantment on Vrittasura so that he begins to trust us. Then please enable all our weapons with the Shakti to kill him. Vyasji says, Bhagavati Jagadamba said, Tathastu, it shall be so, and removed herself from their sight. The Devas returned to their abodes, happy and satisfied. Chapter 6, Episodes 6 and 7. Death of Vrittasur. Indra goes into hiding. Nahush covates Indra's wife Shachi. Vyasji says, after receiving the boon, the Devas went into the house of Vrittasur. The Daitya was shining with luster and looked powerful enough to conquer the 3 worlds and consume the Devas. But they went near him and began to speak gentle words. For their own benevolence, they resorted to sweet words. They used artifice and guile and befriended Vrittasur. Vrittasur said, I can accept your friendship on the condition that you do not kill me using dry or wet weapons, you do not use stone or thunderbolt, and you do not kill me by day or by night. Otherwise, there is no question of friendship. Vyasji says, they agreed to his demands. Indra came personally to make the agreement. After that, they were often seen together, enjoying Nandanvan or walking in the Gandhamadhan mountains. And some days they would walk on the beach. Vrittasur enjoyed this friendship. But Indra was constantly looking for a way to kill Vrittasur. One day, Twashta, who was watching this growing friendship, called his son and said, O fortunate one, I am going to tell you something which is for your benevolence. Hear me. You should never trust a person who has already committed a crime. Indra is your enemy of recent time. He is very avaricious and is always suspicious of others. He is always planning harm to others. It is his nature to exploit weaknesses and to use deceit and intrigue. Son, do not trust him. He has already killed once. There is nothing to prevent him from doing so again. Vyasji says, even though his father gave him this advice, death was already dancing on Vrittasura's head, and he did not pay heed to his father's warning. One day, Indra saw Vritrasur near the ocean. It was dusk, and Indra recalled what the Mahatmas have said about dusk. It is a dangerous time when it can neither be called day nor night. So he decided that the time and place were right. No one was around and Vritrasur was alone. But his only fear was that the demon was undefeatable. Just then he saw a big mass of foam floating in the sea. He thought, this is neither dry nor is it wet. Also, it could not be considered a weapon. He picked up the foam and concentrated all his attention on Param Shakti Bhagavati. In an instant, she appeared and energized the foam. Sri Vishnu had already entered the thunderbolt. The thunderbolt was covered with foam and Indra threw it at Vritrasur. Vritrasur fell like a broken mountain and his body lay lifeless on the earth. Indra was very happy. He assembled all the Devas and began to sing the praises of Bhagavati Jagdamba, by whose grace he was able to kill the enemy. He had an image of the Devi made in rubies and installed it in his palace. 3 times a day, the Devi was worshipped with flowers. From then on, Sri Devi was made the deity of the Devas. Indra also worshipped Bhagwan Vishnu. Vritrasur was an object of great fear for the Devas, and after his death, they were greatly relieved. Divine cool breeze enveloped the heavens. Gandharvas, Yakshas, Rakshasas and Kinnars began to celebrate. In this way, by the intervention of Devi Parashakti, Indra succeeded in killing Vritrasur. The Devi had also previously dulled the Daitya's brain, so it became known that it was the Devi who killed Vritrasur, using Indra as her instrument. Vyasji says, Rajan, Vritrasur was dead, but Indra was full of fear of the consequences, so he went away to Amravati. The Munis who heard this criticized Indra. They said, to kill this enemy, we have used cunning and guile. We cannot be called Munis. We have broken trust. That greed and attachment is most despicable, which gives birth to sin and evil deeds. The one who advises sinners and the one who supports sinners are also responsible for the sin. Thus, the Munis also returned to their ashrams, but there was sadness on their faces. Bharat, when Twashta heard that his son had been killed by Indra, he began to weep. His chest heaved with great sobs. Then he went to the place where the body of Vritrasur lay. He performed the last rites. Then he took a bath and offered sesame seeds to the dead. After that, he made preparations to recite mantras and pronounce a curse upon Indra. He said, in the same manner that Indra deceived my son with sweet words and offers of friendship and then killed him, so also will Indra suffer. This is Brahmarekha, destiny allotted by providence, and no one can alter it. Twashta then went to Mount Sumeru and settled down there to perform severe austerities. Raja Janmejay asked, Grandfather, tell me what happened to Indra after Vritrasura's death. Did he always suffer or did he enjoy some happiness? Please tell me the story. Vyasji says, O fortunate one, all living things have to pay for their actions. This rule governs alike gods, demons, and humans. It is irrevocable. Whether a person is weak or strong, in proportion to his actions, he has to reap the results. It is a general practice in this world that when fortune is kind to someone, he has many friends and supporters. But in difficult times, everyone abandons him. When misfortune strikes, even mother, father, brothers, wife, servants, friends, and sons, all of them desert. The doer of the deed has to pay. This is a fact. After the killing of Vrittasur, everyone returned to their places. Indra had lost his luster and had become weak. Indra is the killer of a Brahmin. Saying this, all the Devas began to condemn him. How can a person who has entered a bond of trust and friendship stoop to kill that same friend? This question was asked by all in the assemblies of Devas and Gandharvas. Indra also heard these defamatory remarks. When one loses the respect of others, then his very life is an insult. People on the road laugh at such a person. Indradyumna was a sage from a royal lineage. He committed no sin, but when he lost his reputation, he was thrown out of the heaven. Then what about Indra, who definitely had committed a sin? King Yayati was expelled from heaven for a very small mistake. Then there was another king who had to spend 18 yugas as a crane. Even though he was endowed with supernatural powers, Indra was never at peace. He did not sit long in the assemblies and sometimes even fainted. Seeing this condition, his wife Indrani asked him, "Lord, your enemy has been killed. Then why are you still so disturbed? Why are you having difficulty in breathing like an ordinary mortal? There does not seem to be any other powerful enemy who is threatening you." Indra said, "The killing of a Brahmin is filling me with fear and despair. I cannot find peace anywhere. I do not enjoy my garden, nor do I find satisfaction in drinking nectar of the gods or Dev Prasad from the Yagyas. I do not wish to watch the dancing or singing of the Apsaras. I have also lost interest in the cow Kamadhenu or the Kalpavriksha. My conscience is burning me up." Vyasji says, after speaking thus to his wife, Indra left his palace and went to Manasarovar. His heart was heaving with fear and his energy was seeping away, making him weak. He went and hid in the stalk of a lotus. He had no concern about his responsibilities. His sinful act has blunted his intelligence. He just hid in the water to wait out time like a snake which hides for its life. He had no friend or supporter. His senses were in agitation and anguish. After Indra left, the Devas were in great confusion and depression. All kinds of omens and ill portents began to be seen. In the whole world, there was not a single person who had conquered his passions or subdued his desires. The clouds stopped giving rain. The flow of rivers was interrupted. Lakes dried up. There was disorder and lawlessness in the absence of a king. So all the Munis and Devas held a meeting and installed Nahush on Indra's throne. Nahush was a great soul, but as soon as he was made king of the Devas, he became ambitious. The sudden acquisition of so much luxury, wealth, and position made him lazy. It happened that he heard the description of Shachi's beauty and accomplishments. He became covetous and wanted to possess her. He asked the rishis, "Why doesn't Indrani come to see me?" "Devas, you are the ones who made me Indra. Therefore, you must send Shachi to serve me. You all owe obedience to me because now I am your Indra. I am the ruler of all. And therefore, Shachi should come to serve me in my palace." Hearing this, the Devas and Munis became fearful. They went to Indrani and bowed respectfully and said, "Indrani ji, this sinful Nahush has intentions of owning you. He has ordered us to send you to his palace. He is our Lord as we have installed him as Indra. We are bound to obey him." Indrani was filled with fear and her face became pale. She said to Brihaspati, "Brahman, I have come to you for refuge. Save me from Nahush." Brihaspati ji said, "Devi, do not fear that sinfully inclined Nahush. I will never break the maryadas of our tradition by asking you to go to him. One who does not give protection to one who seeks it will have to suffer torture and anguish till the end of the yuga. O delicate one, trust me, I will never abandon you." Chapter 6, Episodes 8 and 9. On the advice of Brihaspati, Indrani invokes the Devi. The Munis curse Nahush. Vyasji says, "Rajan, when Nahush heard that Indrani was under the protection of Brihaspati, he became displeased. He said to the Devas, 'Now it is almost certain that Brihaspati will die at my hands. The reason is that he is keeping Indrani safe in his house.' Nahush was burning with anger and desire, and his face looked evil. The Devas and Rishis spoke the gentle words of advice from the Vedas. They said, 'Rajendra, get rid of your anger. Your intellect is getting adulterated with malice and lust. The Dharma Shastras condemn anyone who casts adulterous eyes on the wife of another. Shachi is pure and holy. If you fall in your spirituality, then all your subjects will come to ruin. At present, you are the ruler of the three worlds. You are a righteous king. It is the duty of a king to lead a pure and dharmic life. Rajendra, when there is equal and reciprocal love between husband and wife, then only there can be happiness. Therefore, you must abandon all desires to possess another person's wife. Take to royal and noble behavior because you occupy a superior and dignified position. Rajan, if a person commits sinful acts, his wealth and fortune decrease, whereas if he performs good deeds and lives a dharmic life, his fortune increases. You should take recourse to sattvic wisdom." Nahush said, "Devas, if Shachi comes to me, you will be rewarded, and of course Shachi will have all the comforts and happiness. And if this is not done, then my dissatisfaction and agitation will go out of control. This is the truth. Either by coaxing or by force, you must bring Shachi to me." Nahush was intoxicated with lust and desire. This terrified the Devas and Munis. They said, "It shall be as you wish. We will bring Shachi to you." Then they went to the ashram of Brihaspati ji and told him the sad story. Vyasji says, Brihaspati ji listened to the Devas and said, "The most chaste and pious Shachi came to me for protection. I will never send her out, but there is one possible solution. Shachi should go just once to Nahush and say, 'I will certainly serve you, but first I must ascertain whether my husband Indra is alive or dead. It is possible that he is still alive. In such a situation, how can I consider another man as my husband? Therefore, it is absolutely essential for me to return so that I can search for him. She should trick him into complaisance and then do exactly as I tell her to find Indra and bring him back. Accordingly, all the Devas and Munis accompanied Shachi and went to Nahush. His happiness knew no bounds. He laughed loudly and said, "O dear one with the beautiful doe eyes, I am now in the seat of Indra. The Devas have given me this honor. All the worlds are under my command. Now you also come into my service." Indrani trembled with fear. Then she calmed herself and spoke, "O king, who now occupies Indra's seat, I have one request. Please wait till I find out if my husband is still alive or not. I still do not know whether he is dead or has just gone somewhere." Nahush was pleased to hear this. He said, "Very good, it shall be so." Then he gave her permission to leave. She went back to the Devas and said, "You are so diligent and industrious. Please find Indra and bring him back to me." After consultation, all of them went to the Supreme Lord Bhagwan Vishnu and began to sing stutis. They said, "You are the Lord of the entire universe. It is your nature to help those who come to you." Then they told him about Indra. Out of fear of the consequences of Brahma Hatya, he has gone into hiding somewhere. We are in trouble and only you can help. Please save us and also release Indra from the sin of Brahma Hatya. Bhagwan Vishnu said, "Devas, to atone for the sin of killing a Brahmin, Indra must perform the Ashwamedh Yagya, horse sacrifice. When all his sins are washed away, he can again become Lord of heaven. Then there will be nothing more to fear. This Ashwamedha sacrifice is an unfailing means of pleasing Bhagavati Jagdamba. Then she destroys all sins, including Brahma Hatya. Indrani should also worship Bhagavati Jagdamba unceasingly. She is compassionate and all-powerful. Her devotees always enjoy happiness and joy. There is no doubt in this. Devas, by his own misdeeds, Nahush will meet his end. After the yagya, Indra will be purified and become a holy soul again. He will have his kingdom and wealth restored to him." After hearing the holy words of Bhagwan Vishnu, the Devas made Brihaspati ji their leader and went to the place where Indra was hiding. They told him what Sri Vishnu had said and made arrangements for the great and holy Ashwamedha Yagya. After completion of the Yagya, Bhagwan Sri Hari appeared. Under his directions, the Brahma Hatya was divided and thrown on the trees, rivers, mountains and women. In this way, Indra was cleansed of his sin. But even then, Indra continued to stay in the water till his bad time was over. He used the stalk of a lotus as his abode. No living thing could see him. Indrani was still not free from sorrow. She said to Brihaspati ji, "Maharaj, even though the Ashwamedha Yagya has been completed, my Lord Indra has not come home. How will I ever see him again? Please tell me a way." Brihaspati ji said, "Devi, now you must engage yourself in the worship of the most auspicious and most generous Bhagavati Jagdamba. It is only by her grace that your husband will be restored to you. By your prayers, Bhagavati Jagdamba will deprive Nahush of Shakti. He will lose the seat of heaven." Rajan, Indrani learned all the mantras and puja procedures and protocols from Brihaspati ji. She began a humble and deeply devoted Aradhana to Devi Bhuvaneshwari. She became a tapaswini and renounced all comforts and food. Her attention was anchored on her puja and on the lotus feet of the Devi. After many days, the Devi got prasanna, pleased, and honored Indrani with a darshan. She was of extremely beautiful form, and the light of 1 crore suns was shining from her. She was seated on a swan. There was the cool lustre of 1 crore of moons also emitting from her. There were also brilliant flashes from 1 crore of lightnings. The 4 Vedas were in attendance. Her 4 arms held noose, goat, and Abhay Mudra, stands of protection. A necklace of purest pearls adorned her and reached right up to her lotus feet. She had 3 eyes and her face had a divine smile. Only she has the authority and the right to be called Janani, giver of birth of all beings, from Brahma to an insignificant worm. She is the ocean of nectar. It is this Parameshwari who controls and directs endless and countless universes, Brahmans. She is the receptacle of the essences of auspiciousness and good qualities which is available to those who desire it. It was that Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba, the mistress of the universe, omniscient, unchanging, imperishable, eternal, immovable, who manifested. She spoke to Indrani in deep and serious tones. The Devi said, "O beautiful one who is dear to Indra, ask what you desire. I am pleased with your single-minded devotion and carefully performed worship. I have come here only to grant your wish. I am not easily accessible nor easily attainable. It is only after the accumulation of virtues and merits of Koti Janmas, infinite duration of 10 million births, that one becomes worthy of my darshan." Indrani stood before the manifested Parameshwari with bowed head and folded hands. She said, "O Mother, I desire to be reunited with my husband. I also wish to lose all fear of Nahush and to get back my lost position." The Devi said, "You take my messenger and go to Manasarovar, where there is installed an image of me. It is known as Vishwakama, one who looks after the universe. There you will meet Indra. He is full of fear and is suffering sorrow and anguish. You who have big, beautiful eyes have no more fear. I will put Nahush into illusion and confusion. Very soon he will lose the throne of heaven. I will fulfill all your desires." Vyasji says, Indrani took the messenger of the Devi and went to Manasarovar. She saw the image of the Devi. Indra was hiding there. Indrani's desire to meet her husband was fulfilled and she was very happy. Vyasji says, when Indra saw his wife, he was surprised. He asked her, "Dear one, how did you come here? How did you know my hiding place? No living being was aware that I was hiding here." Shachi said, "Prabhu, it was by the grace of Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba that I found you. The Devas and Munis had installed Raj Rishi Nahush in your place. That sinful Rishi is asking me to accept him as my husband because he is now Indra. What shall I do?" Indra said, "Auspicious one, in the same way that I am waiting for the passage of time, you also strengthen your mind and wait." Vyasji says, "Rajan, this did not help to calm Indrani's fears. She said, 'How can I stay without you? That Nahush is full of arrogance and is intoxicated with desire. If I am alone, he will trouble me." Indra said, "I will tell you a way by which you can be safe. He is evil. If he tries to win you by force, you take a promise from him and then deceive him. You go to him when he is alone and say, Lord of all the worlds, you must come to receive me in such a conveyance that is drawn by rishis. I will be pleased to accompany you because I have made this resolution to travel in a conveyance carried by rishis. He is so blinded by desire that he will order the rishis to carry the palanquin. It is certain that he will incur the wrath of the tapasvis and they will curse him. Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba will help you. She never fails her devotees. Even when the situation seems difficult and painful, one must understand that in it hides our benevolence. Therefore, meditate and worship Bhagavati Bhuvaneshwari, who presides over Mani Parvat. Perform the pujas as directed by Brihaspati ji. Shachi obeyed her husband and directly went to Nahush and said, O king who rules in place of Indra, all my wishes have been fulfilled by you. But O Deva, you are so powerful and brave. There is one wish that is still hidden in my heart. If you grant this also, I will happily come and live in your palace. Nahush said, O you who shine with the luster of the moon, just tell me your wish and I will immediately carry it out. Even if it is something unattainable or impossible, I will fulfill it. Shachi said, How can I tell you? I don't know if I can confide in you and trust you. You must make a firm promise which is binding on you. Only then will I tell you. If you do what I ask, I will serve you all my life. Nahush said, I will certainly honor your wish. There is no doubt in this. If I disregard or disrespect your wish, may I lose all the punyas that I have accumulated as fruits of various yagyas. Shachi said, Elephants, horses and chariots are the vehicles of Indra. Vishnu has Garuda, Yamraj rides the buffalo, Shankar uses Vrishab, the bull, and Brahma has a swan for a conveyance. Kartikeya has a peacock and Ganesha climbs a mouse. I desire that your conveyance should be unusual and special. It should be that which was so far unobtainable by Vishnu, Rudra, Asuras and Rakshasas. Maharaj, I desire that your conveyance be carried by all those noble and eminent munis who are steadfast in their tapasyas. They should all be harnessed. This is my wish, because in my eyes you are more superior than all the gods, and this will add to your splendor. Vyasji says, Rajan, Nahush laughed with satisfaction. The reason being that Mahamaya had degraded his brain. Nahush applauded Indrani. O beautiful one, I agree with you. I also like the idea of such a conveyance. I will do exactly as you have said. Those who are less valiant and powerful were not able to command the munis. But I am above them. I will certainly come to you on such a vahana. In all the three worlds, I am the most competent and capable. Once I achieve this distinction, I will be more respected and honored by all the devas and munis. Vyasji says, Rajan, after making all these declarations, Nahush permitted Shachi to go back to Brihaspati ji's ashram. Then he summoned all the munis and informed them of his decision. Nahush said, O wise ones, I am now in the position of Indra, Lord of the three worlds. I have all the Shaktis. At this moment, I want all of you to perform a duty towards me. I have Indra's throne, but Indrani has not yet come to me. When I asked her for the reason, she reluctantly told me, King of Devas, You must come to fetch me in a vehicle drawn by Munis and Tapasvis. Most respected Munis, this is a difficult task, but you are all compassionate and will help me to fulfill this wish because I am impatient for Shachi to come to my palace. You are my only hope, so please be kind enough to help me. Rajan, of all the Munis, Agastyaji was the most famous. Being compassionate and also because of predestined fate, he agreed to the base request of Nahush. When Nahush heard that the Munis had agreed to his request, his happiness knew no bounds. He ordered a fancy palanquin and sat in it. Then he asked the holy Munis to lift it, and then shouted, "Come on, come on." He was so full of desire and impatience that he lost control of his senses. He goaded Muni Agastyaji with his foot. Husband of Lopamudra, Agastyaji was the foremost of tapasvis. He had devoured the Rakshasa Vatapi. Once he consumed the waters of the seas. The foolish Nahush disrespected such a great Muni by even lashing him with a whip. He kept urging the Munis to hurry and go faster. Then, of course, Agastyaji got angry and pronounced a curse. "You low and vile creature, go to the forest and become a frightful and venomous serpent. You will have to suffer great hardships in that Sarpayoni, one of the classes of animate beings, for many thousands of years. You will be deprived of your energy and you will loiter in the forest. In the lineage of Dharma will be born a great and noble soul called Yudhishthir. You will meet him. When you hear from him the answers to questions, you will get released from this curse." Vyasji says, Nahush was stunned by the curse and began to sing stutis to Muni Agastyaji. Instantaneously, his form changed into that of a serpent and he fell from heaven. Brihaspatiji wasted no time. He went to Manasarovar and narrated the incident to Indra. Indra was very happy and relieved to hear this. All the Devas and Munis also reached Manasarovar. They gave him comfort and assurance and made arrangements to take him to heaven. Indra was brought back with dignity and respect and coronated once again. He was reunited with Shachi and began to rule the three worlds. Vyasji says, Rajan, in this way, Indra had to suffer great hardships. By the grace of Bhagavati Jagdamba, he regained his kingdom. This is a very profound story. According to one's actions, the fruits come before him because a being has to experience the effects of these deeds, whether good or bad. This is an irrevocable law. It can never be erased or altered. Chapter 6, Episodes 10 to 13. 3 kinds of karmas: Yugdar, duty suitable for a particular age; sacred places of pilgrimage, cleansing of attention and cause of dispute between Vasisht and Vishwamitra. Raja Janmejay asked, Brahman, you have told me the strange story of Indra. You have also told me of the help given by Bhagavati Jagdamba. But I am curious to know as to why, after getting the throne of heaven, Indra got caught in this vortex of intolerable suffering and distress. After performing 100 Ashwamedha sacrifices, he merited the throne of heaven. All the gods accepted his rulership. How did he fall from his position? Kindly tell me the cause of this. Sutji says, Shaunakji and all respected rishis, when King Janmejay asked this question, Satyavati Nandan Vyasji was pleased and gave a detailed answer. Vyasji says, Rajendra, I will tell you the most amazing cause for this. Listen. Learned men have classified the results of actions as those accumulated from the past, those merited from the present, and those provided by destiny or fate. The fruits of actions of thousands of past births are called Sanchit. Actions are again divided into Sattvic, Rajas, and Tamas. Rajan, the accumulated good and bad actions of many previous births appear in the present life as virtue or villainy, and the doer has got to experience it. All beings are governed by this law. In every birth, the living being accumulates these karmas. The actions that are presently performed are called present karmas. The living which takes on a body commits actions according to the good or bad tendencies or inclination. Once the body is assumed, the process of action starts, instigated or caused by fate. Those should be considered as karmas or fate, which disappear as soon as the fruit is experienced. Beings have compulsorily to experience or fulfill the fruits of fate. There is no doubt in this. Rajendra, it is an absolute fact that all the actions of previous births, whether good or bad, produce their reactions or fruit in the present birth. And it is inevitable that one has to experience it. Maharaj, man, gods, yakshas, rakshasas, gandharvas and kinnars all are bound by this law. Karma is the main causal in assuming a body. Once the karmas are paid for, the life ends. One should not doubt this. Rajan, Indra and all the devas, the danavas, yakshas and gandharvas are all subservient to this law. All the happiness and sorrows that one has to face are the results or fruits of actions of previous births. So it is clear that the collection of karmas of all previous births come one by one as fruits which have to be borne in this lifetime. This rule is also for the gods, and it was due to the destiny that Indra had to suffer so many hardships. Rajan, Nar and Narayan have taken birth in the house of Dharam as his sons. They are the partial incarnations of Bhagwan Narayan. They again manifested as Sri Krishna and Arjun. The Munis have made a thorough study of this Puranic story. Their view is that if anyone is endowed with exceptional Shakti, he should be considered the partial incarnation of some Deva. All those who are very strong, very fortunate, very wealthy, very wise and very generous are all considered partial incarnations of the Devas. Rajan, this same consideration has been made in the case of the Pandavas. It is only for the fulfillment of fate that one has to assume a material body. As soon as the body is acquired, the person can never avoid the emotions of happiness and sorrow. No living being is free from this. The ever-watchful fate exerts its authority and discipline. The ever-subservient beings are in its way of birth and rebirth. By the law of this fate, the Pandavas were caused to live in the forest. Then they were caused to live in a house. After this, they were caused to perform the foremost Rajasuya Yagya, a sacrifice which only a universal monarch is entitled to perform. Then again, they had to go to the forest and suffer great hardship. Rajan, the movement of fate is unstoppable. Vyasji says, Rajan, In accordance with time, each yuga has its own characteristic type of people. No one should think differently because the dharma of that yuga is the prime causal. All those who are absorbed in dharma have taken birth in Satya Yuga, Golden Age. Those who are interested in dharma and wealth took birth in Treta Yuga, the Silver Age. Those interested in dharma, wealth, desires have already taken their birth in Dwapar. And those whose only interest is in wealth and bodily desires have taken birth now in Kali Yuga, the Iron Age. Rajendra, the dharma of a yuga cannot be changed again and again. Righteousness and unrighteousness, dharma and adharma of a yuga is arranged by fate. Raja Janmejay asked, "Most fortunate one, where are all the dharmic punyatmas of Satya Yuga residing now? Most respected grandfather, please also tell me where those saints of Treta and Dwapar Yugas are residing. And what about those wicked, shameless, steeped in sin, who scorn and detract the Vedas, who have now taken birth in Kali Yuga? Where will they go in Satya Yuga? Please tell me all this very simply and clearly, as I have always desired to know." Vyasji says, "Rajan, all the Satyayugi people who are born on this earth perform their holy works and always go to Devlok. All categories of men, Brahman, Kshatriya, Vaishya and Sudra, do pious works, live a dharmic life and obtain a place in heaven. Truthfulness, mercy, generosity, faithful to one man or woman, bear no malice or hatred, and treat all men as equal, these are the qualities of the dharma of Satya Yuga. Any being who observes this way of life becomes entitled to a place in heaven. Even those in the lowest strata, like dhobis, can attain heaven if they live a righteous life. Rajan, this system also applies to those born in Treta and Dwapar Yugas. It is in Kali Yuga that mostly sinners take their birth. For them, hell is their residence. They continue to stay in hell until such time as a new yuga starts. Then, again, they take a human birth and come on this earth. Rajan, when the age of Kali is completed, then Satya Yuga starts, and at that time the holy realized souls take their birth and enhance the glory of the earth. In the same way, when Dwapar ended and Kali started, all the sinners stealthily move from hell to earth. Kali is the embodiment of a period abounding in sinfulness. Therefore, the population of that yuga is of the same low quality. Sometimes, by chance, contrary arrangements are made for the beings. So, many souls who should be born in Kali Yuga get a birth in Dwapar. Similarly, Satya Yugi and Treta Yugi souls become polluted or defiled and have compulsorily to take birth in Kali Yuga and suffer for their former actions and misdeeds. Many Kali Yugi souls get birth in Dwapar. Janmejay asked, "Most auspicious one, which yuga embodies which dharma? Please tell me in detail." Vyasji says, "O king, listen. I will explain by giving you an example. Even a sadhu or saint's attention can come under the influence of a yuga and become defiled, just like what happened to your father. Even though he lived a dharmic and righteous life and was a great soul, he came under the influence of Kali. His mind became irrational and he committed an indignity and insult on a Brahmin. Otherwise, how else could a man of high birth in the lineage of Yayati drape a dead snake on the neck of a meditating tapasvi?" Rajan, this was the effect of the yuga. It is a fact that in Satya Yuga, Brahmins were scholars of the Vedas. Through them was performed a continuous and unceasing worship of Bhagavati Jagdamba. They were filled with ardor and intense longing for a darshan of Devi Bhagavati. They used to spend all their time in meditation upon Gayatri, on pranayam, process of restraining breath, and chanting of sacred mantras. Their primary chanting was of the pure and holy Maya Bij. Their greatest desire was the establishment of Shakti temples in every town and village. Almost every person observed truth, compassion, and purity in their interaction with each other and in the execution of their duties. They were all fit to be called Brahmins as they had full knowledge of Brahma. The main job of the Kshatriyas of Satya Yuga was the sustenance and maintenance of their subjects. The Vaishyas carried out their trading, farming, and agriculture. During the auspicious Satya Yuga, the sole interest of the Shudras was to be of service to others. In that foremost of yugas, all persons belonging to all stratas of society worshipped Bhagavati Shakti Jagdamba. This state of dharma existed also in the Treta Yuga, but it began to decline and decrease. The state that prevailed in Satya Yuga became much less in Dwapar Yuga. All those who were considered demons and Rakshasas in the ancient yugas began to be considered as Brahmins in Kali Yuga. Because the priestly class of the present times indulge in sanctimonious hypocrisy and blasphemy, it has become the nature of Kali-yugi Brahmins to cheat, to tell lies, and to make a mockery of Vedic tenets and rites. They never read the Vedas. They serve the low-minded Shudras. Pious frauds and deceivers are considered shrewd and smart. Brahmins are ambitious. They indulge into false propaganda. They support false gurus. They condemn the Vedas and indulge into debates and arguments. As Kali Yuga advances, there is a steady decline of dharma and truth. Gradually, the Kshatriyas, Vaishyas, and Shudras get influenced and become adharmic. All persons start committing sin and telling lies without any fear or hesitation. Rajan, the Kali-yugi Brahmins who have the mentality of Shudras are only interested in collecting donations and payments for services rendered. When Kali Yuga is well into its middle period, liberty and willful independence will grow among the women. Women will become immoral, wayward, greedy, despotic, and filled with worldly desires and attachments. These base and despicable women will behave in lewd and indelicate manner and speak snobbishly and shamelessly. They will have to suffer never-ending woes and tribulations. These Kali-yugi women will deceive their husbands on one side and give big lectures on dharma on the other. These are the signs for identifying the wicked and unprincipled women of Kali Yuga. Rajan, if food and drink are pure and unadulterated, then the attention can remain pure. If the attention is pure and clean, dharma will automatically bloom and evolve. When there is pollution in morality and virtuous conduct, then dharma also gets adulterated. And when dharma gets adulterated, it is inevitable that the contamination enters all classes of people. Rajan, people of Kali Yuga are bereft and deficient in every dharma that exists. All living things in Kali Yuga have this misfortune that they are minus dharma. This is the characteristic of Kali Yuga. Rajan, those who commit sin continuously under the influence of Kali Yuga can never atone by ordinary penance. Janmejay asked, Bhagwan, You are knowledgeable about all dharmas. You have made a deep study of all the scriptures. What will be the fate of these people of Kali Yuga, stricken with the disease of adharma? Also, if there is any possible way of cleansing these sins, please be kind and tell me. Vyasji says, Maharaj, there is one and only one way. For washing away even the greatest sin, one must meditate on the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Rajan, the holy name of Devi Bhagavati is so powerful in pulverizing sin that there are not enough sins yet committed. So, there should be no dejection. Even in play, if one spontaneously utters the holy name of Bhagavati Jagdamba, the benefits that accrue are unknown even to Rudra and other gods. Rajan, meditation on the holy name of Sri Devi is the only way to atone for one's sins. Therefore, in fear of the influence of Kali, a person should retire to a holy place and there cleanse the attention and place it steadily and singly on the holy lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba. It is important to detach the mind from all living and non-living things. He who worships with devotion and humility the Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba, all his sins are destroyed. Rajan, I have told you this secret of all the scriptures. You better consider all these things and settle down to worship the holy lotus feet of Devi Bhagavati. The renowned, unutterable and unpronounceable Gayatri Mantra is verily the name of Bhagavati Jagdamba. Almost all persons chant this mantra, but because of the illusion of Maya, no one understands its supreme magnitude. Those who chant it, like any ordinary mantra, do not get their realization. Brahmins give this mantra a special place in their hearts while chanting, but not having the awareness of its grandeur and sublime majesty, they too have not got realization. This is the play of Mahamaya. Rajan, I have told you everything in connection with yogas and their dharmas. Now what else would you like to know? Raja Janmejay said, Munivar, please tell me about all those holy places of pilgrimage on this earth, the sacred spots and the holy rivers where the gods and men should go. Also, which holy places grant boons to those who bath and distribute alms, and finally the protocols and rituals when embarking on a pilgrimage. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen, I will describe these holy places where there are grand temples dedicated to the Devi. Among rivers, the holiest is the river Ganga. There are other holy rivers which are comparable, such as Yamuna, Saraswati, Narmada, Gandaki, Sindhu, Gomati, Tamasa, Kaveri, Chandrabhaga, Punya, Netravati, Charmanvati, Saryu, Tapi and Sabarmati. These are as large as the Ganga. Besides these, there are hundreds of smaller rivers. Among rivers, those that reach the ocean are considered the holiest. Those which do not reach the ocean are considered the lesser ones. From among those that reach the ocean, those rivers that are always flowing full are the holiest. During the months of Sawan and Bhadon, monsoon, all the rivers are likened to a woman in course, because all the rainwater which gets polluted in the villages flows into the rivers. Pushkar, a sacred place near Ajmer, Kurukshetra and Dharmaranya are most holy places of pilgrimage. Other important places of pilgrimage are Prabhas, Prayag, Naimisharanya, Ancient Forest and Arbudharanya. Srishal, Gandhamadhan, and Sumeru, these are holy mountains. Out of innumerable holy lakes, Manas Sarovar is the holiest. Bindusar and Achotsar are also considered holy. The sanctity of these lakes is increased by the ashrams of many munis who spend their time meditating on the Atma. Badarik ashram is the most sacred. This is known to all. This is where Nar and Narayan perform difficult tapasyas. Two other famous ashrams are Vaman ashram and Shatyupashram. Ashrams are named after the munis who did tapasya there. Rajan, like this, there are innumerable holy places on the earth. And in most of these places, there are temples in honor of Bhagavati Jagdamba. There are some places where, if you worship according to the proper rules, all sins get washed away. I will tell you about them a little later. Rajan, charity, fasting, yagya and tapasya, these are all holy and pious acts. I will tell you about these also. The success of a pilgrimage, tapasya or charity is dependent upon the purity of the wealth or materials used, the attention and accuracy of the performance, and the cleanliness of body and mind. Fruits do not come by casual means. Rajan, Dravya Shuddhi, purity of wealth and ingredients, and Kriya Shuddhi, cleanliness and accuracy in performance, are not so difficult. But Mana Shuddhi, purity of mind, is nearly impossible for most people. This is because the attention is very restless and fickle and is caught in the web of worldly attractions. The attention keeps getting caught in impure desires, ill temper, bad thoughts, evil disposition, misunderstandings, criticisms, and disagreements. Then how can it ever be clean and pure? Desire, anger, greed and lust and ego, all these put obstacles and pollution into tapasya, renunciation and pilgrimage. One should maintain a lifestyle whereby living things are not harmed physically or emotionally. Always speak the truth, never steal, keep the mind pure and keep the senses under control. Rajan, if a person observes all these dharmas, he can obtain all the benefits from a pilgrimage. While embarking on a sacred pilgrimage, if one forsakes the prescribed ceremonies due to the evil habits of an evil society, then the whole purpose of the pilgrimage is defeated. No punyas accrue, rather, the omissions get accumulated as sins. Rajan, there is no doubt that a pilgrimage washes away the sins related to destiny and cleanses one. But it does not have the Shakti or capacity to wash a polluted and poisoned mind and attention. The undertaking to cleanse the chitta, attention, mind is considered more holy than a pilgrimage to the Ganga. If one is fortunate to accomplish Chitta Shuddhi, then a complete cleansing of body, mind and soul takes place. But Rajan, for this Chitta Shuddhi, the satsang, collectivity of realized souls is absolutely essential. It is next to impossible to achieve Chitta Shuddhi only through reading of the Vedas and Shastras, by abstinence or renunciation, by tapasya, yagya and charity. Vasisht ji was the son of Brahma ji. He had made a thorough study of the Vedas and Vidyas. He lived on the banks of the holy river Ganga. In spite of all this, there entered into his mind hatred and malice towards Vishwamitra. They became hostile towards each other and cursed each other. This gave rise to a great battle between them. Vyasji says, both the munis were engaged in fighting. Seeing this, the Creator, Lord Brahmaji, appeared before them. Extremely compassionate and kind, the other devas also accompanied Brahmaji. He pacified them and advised them to stop fighting. In compassion, he also washed away the mutual curses that the Munis had pronounced on each other. Then all the devas returned to their abodes. The Munis, Vashisht and Vishwamitra also returned to their ashrams. After the advice of Brahmaji, the two Munis became friends again. Rajan, this is the way in which the two Munis fought and suffered great pain and hardship. Narendra, who is there in this Triloki, who has been able to conquer his ego and live in peace and joy. This proves that even superior beings find it very difficult to attain Chitta Shuddhi. Therefore, it is absolutely necessary to use all possible means to achieve purity of attention. Otherwise, pilgrimage, truth speaking, charity, or dharma related rituals, none of them can prove effective. Shraddha, faith, has also been divided into three categories: Sattvic, Rajasi, and Tamasi. Those who are engaged in dharma and karma certainly have Shraddha in their hearts. The Sattvic Shraddha is very rare to find in most beings. If the Rajasi Shraddha is maintained by strict adherence to performance and ingredients, then half the fruits of Sattvic Shraddha may be obtained. Rajan, those persons whose mind is entangled in desires and anger and who practice Tamasi Shraddha, nothing can be achieved by them. They do not even get recognition or praise. Therefore, one should use the means of satsang and attending readings of the Vedas to purify their mind and attention before visiting sacred places of pilgrimage. Then, they should stay there and perform continuous worship and meditation on Bhagavati Jagdamba. One must always be wary of the influence of Kali and keep attention on the holy names of the Devi. One should sing praises of the play of the Devi and wash her hoary lotus feet with pure attention. One who faithfully does this can never be influenced by Kali. This is a resource that can easily liberate even the greatest of sinners from worldly snares and attachments. Chapter 6, Episodes 14 and 15. How Vashishji got the name Maitra Varuni and the story of how Nimi came to stay in the island. Vyasji says, Rajan, nevertheless she yields to the devotee, there is no doubt in this. Therefore, it is of prime importance to worship Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba. This washes away all the sins. But of course, if the bhakti is contaminated with malice, hatred, deceit or hypocrisy, it has an adverse effect and causes destruction. There was a king called Nimi who was born in the clan of Ishwaku. He was very handsome, virtuous, pious and loved by his subjects. He never spoke an untruth. He was very generous. He performed many yagyas. That wise king Nimi was counted as the 12th son of Ishwaku. He was always concerned about the well-being of his subjects. He settled down in a place called Jayantpur, which was close to the ashram of Gautam Muni. He was kind and generous towards all the Brahmins. Once he got a desire to perform a Rajasi yagya, which would last for many days and require a lot of charity and distribution of wealth. Nimi took permission from his father Ishwaku and according to the direction of the Mahatmas, he ordered that all the samagri, ingredients for yajna, should be collected. He sent invitations to Bhrigu, Angira, Vamdev, Gautam, Vasisht, Pulastya, Richik, Pulaha, and Kratu, and all other Vedic scholars and tapasvis who were competent to perform yajnas. As soon as all arrangements were complete, Nimi performed puja to his Guru Vasishtji and humbly said, "O Muni, I desire to hold a yajna. Be pleased to accept the role of chief priest. O wise one, you are my Guru. The success of this yajna is entirely in your hands. I have collected all the prescribed ingredients and have had them purified. I have a desire that this yajna should go on uninterrupted for 5 years. In this yajna, the Supreme Bhagavati Jagdamba should be worshipped. The main purpose of this yajna is to please the Devi." Vasishtji said, "Before you, Indra has already invited me to perform a yajna for him. He is performing the Parashakti yajna. He has taken a vow to perform this yajna for 500 years. Therefore, Rajan, keep these ingredients safely. As soon as the yajna of Indra is completed, I will immediately return to you. Till that time, look after the ingredients carefully." King Nimi said, "Brahman, I have already invited a lot of munis to attend this yajna. All arrangements have also been completed. How can I keep them safe for such a long time? Gurudev, you are the principal priest of the Ishwaku clan. There is no part of the Vedas that is unknown to you. O twice born one, why are you abandoning me and going to another? This does not do you any honor." But the king's request was of no avail. Vasishtji left to attend the yajna of Indra. This made the king very sad. He requested Muni Gautam to preside as chief priest. They went to a river close to the Himalayas and held the yajna there. King Nimi distributed immense wealth to the Brahmins. He gave big gifts of money and cows to the officiating priests. Everyone was very pleased. Here, on completion of Indra's yajna, after 500 years, Vasishtji came to see Raja Nimi's yajna. At that time, the king was asleep. His sleep was so deep that his attendants hesitated to wake him. And so, he did not come out to receive his guru. Vasisht felt that the king had knowingly insulted him by ignoring him. He became furious. The failure of the king to receive him with proper formalities became the cause of his anger. He pronounced a curse on Nimi. "You bypassed your guru and appointed someone else as chief priest for your yajna. Even though I advised you to wait for me, you went ahead and performed the yajna. Therefore, from today, you become Videha, bodiless soul. This body of yours will be destroyed. Become bodiless." Vyasji says, when the servants heard this, they immediately woke the king and informed him of Guru Vasisht's anger. The king bore no ill will and immediately came out to meet his guru. He began to speak in gentle tones. "O Gurudev, you have the complete knowledge of the dharmas. I am not at fault. I am your host. Despite my repeated requests, you cast me aside and for the sake of payment, you went elsewhere. You did not feel any shame or regret. O Holy One, Brahmins should always be satisfied. You are of this statute. You are verily the son of Brahmadev. You have full knowledge of the Vedas and scriptures. The dharma of a Brahmin is very intricate and profound, and it is difficult to observe. It is because of a deficiency in your understanding that you are unnecessarily cursing me in anger. A wise and knowledgeable man must renounce anger because it is more wretched than a Chandal. It is anger that has caused you to curse me unjustly. Therefore, I also pronounce a curse that this anger-filled body of yours should perish. In this way, both Guru Vasisht and King Nimi came under a curse. Both became distressed. Vasisht ji ran to his father Brahmaji and informed him and prayed to him. Vasisht ji said, "Father, King Nimi has cursed me that my body will be destroyed. This will cause me pain. Please tell me what I should do. When I assume another body, who will my father be? Please tell me. I desire that the next body I take should possess the same qualities and knowledge as my present one. Maharaj, you are all powerful. Please give me a body that will please me." Brahma said to his human son, "Muni, you enter into the energy of Mitra Varun and wait there. When the time comes, you will appear. You will be unborn. There is no doubt in this. Whatever body you assume, it will be as dharmic and wise as you are now. You will get the respect of all and will be a learned soul." Vasisht was very pleased with the assurance of Sri Brahma, and after paying obeisance and performing parikrama around Brahmaji, he left for the ashram of Varun. Both the Munis, Mitra and Varun, who always lived in the same ashram, were present. Vasisht renounced his material body. His subtle body entered the bodies of Mitra and Varun. Rajan, it happened once that the beautiful Apsara Urvashi, together with her friends, came to the ashram of Mitra Varun. The sight of her disturbed the attention of Mitra Varun. They said, "O beautiful one, who are you? If you are a Dev Kanya, marry us and live in this ashram and experience joy and happiness." She stayed in the ashram for some time. The Munis got greatly charmed by her. Their seed fell into an earthen pot, and out of it emerged two adorable Muni Kumars. One child was called Agastya and the other was called Vasisht. Both these boys grew up to be foremost rishis and great tapasvis. Agastya had great faith in tapasya. At a young age, he left for the forest. The second rishi, Vasisht, was engaged as a purohit by Ishwaku for the spiritual ascent of his clan. Raja Ishwaku made all arrangements for the comfort and stay of Vasisht. Rajan, I have already told you the story. To fulfill the curse, Vasisht had to take birth in the clan of Mitra Varun in the way I have just told you. Raja Janmejay said, "Muni, you have told me how Vasisht got a body. Now, please tell me about Raja Nimi." Vyasji says, "Rajan, Vasisht got a body, but Nimi did not. When Vasisht cursed him, the king was in the midst of the yajna for which he had been initiated and consecrated, which is Dikshit. All the Brahmins whom he had invited as Ritvik, which is sacrificial priests, began to consult each other with concern. This Dharmatma king is consecrated for the yajna. It is still not complete, and the curse of the Muni in the middle of it all is burning him up. What should we do in this frightful situation?" The Brahmins invoked various mantras and maintained life in the body of Raja Nimi. He kept breathing. The formless, changeless Atma remained in the body. The Brahmins kept offering flower garlands and sandal paste and maintained the sacred Atma. When the yajna ended, Indra and all the gods arrived. The Brahmins welcomed them with stutis. This pleased the gods. Then, most respectfully, the Brahmins told the gods about the situation. The gods said, "O king, who is most virtuous, we are pleased. Ask whatever boon you desire. You can get a very high birth and you can ask for either a divine body or human, just like your Purohit Vasisht opted for a human body. The soul of Nimi became pleased and spoke, O great and auspicious Devatas, I do not like this cycle of births and deaths and taking on different kinds of bodies. I would like to be that which gives sight to all living things. Please grant that I abide in the eyes of all living things. The god said, For this boon you must pray to the most auspicious and all-pervading Bhagavati Jagdamba. She is pleased with your yajna. It is only by her grace that you will get your desire fulfilled. Raja Nimi began his worship of the Devi by singing songs of praise in emotional voice and great humility. This pleased the Devi and she gave him a Sakshat Darshan. Her form was so brilliant and luminous that it gave the light of 1 crore suns shining together. All her limbs were delicate and youthful. This exquisite and unprecedented darshan made everyone totally enamored and engrossed. Everyone felt intensely fulfilled. Rajan, seeing the Devi pleased, Nimi asked for his boon. Mother, please give me Nirmal Gyan, that is pure knowledge, by which I can get freedom, which is Mukti, and please make it possible for me to abide in the eyes of all. Bhagavati Jagdamba was already pleased with Nimi. She spoke, Rajan, you will definitely acquire Nirmal Vidya. Your destiny is not yet complete. Therefore, you will have to exist in the eyes of all movable living things. By your presence, living things will have the Shakti to blink their eyelids. Consequently, humans, animals, and birds will be known as living things that can drop their eyelids. Gods will be an exception. They will be non-blinking. After granting the boon, the Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba removed herself from sight. After that, the Munis conferred with each other and decided to push a churning stick into the king's dead body. They churned, hoping some child would emerge. They began to chant mantras. Simultaneously, the Havan was in progress. After churning for some time, a most beautiful boy child, complete with all the qualities, was produced. He looked exactly like King Nimi. As he was produced by Manthan, that is churning, he got the name Miti, and because he emerged out of the body of his father, he became famous by the name of Janaka. As Nimi was kept alive without his corporeal body, that is Videha, all the kings of his clan were also given the title Videha. This is how Janaka was born out of the body of Nimi. Raja Janaka established his kingdom on the banks of the river Ganga. It was most pleasing and became famous by the name Mithila. All the kings of his clan were given the title Janaka. Rajan, this is the great story of Nimi. Because of a curse, he had to live without a body. Raja Janmejay said, Bhagwan, Nimi had cursed Vasishtji and you have just told me the reason. But Vasisht was a Brahmin and a Purohit appointed by the king himself. Then why did the king curse him? He should have acknowledged him as a Brahmin and a Guru and forgiven him. Being a jewel in the clan of Ishwaku and being aware of the codes of royal dharma, why did the king curse Vasisht, who was occupying the position of a Guru and Brahmin? Vyasji says, for one who has no control over his mind and senses, forgiveness is a very difficult and rare quality. To find a forgiving person in this world is almost impossible, and particularly one who also has the power and authority to reproach or punish. The character and disposition of a Muni should be that he should have no fondness or attachment to anyone and should do tapasya. He should conquer sleep, hunger, and thirst and engage himself in the practice of yoga. Lust, anger, greed, and ahankar, these powerful enemies of spiritual ascent, are always lurking in the human being, and he never recognizes or understands them. Munis, sons of Brahmaji, and many great tapasvis were not untouched by these three gunas. Then what can one say of mortals? Mahatma Kapilji was a great exponent of Sankhya Shastra, and he was always engaged in yoga abhyas. But even he could not escape the workings of destiny, and he became instrumental in Sagar's sons getting burnt to ashes. Therefore, Rajan, when Ahankar was the causal of the Triloki coming into existence, how can a human being be free or immune to his gunas? Bhagwan Shankar is acknowledged as the regulator and manager of the gunas of all living beings. It is by his will that in living things, sometimes Sattva guna is predominant, sometimes Rajas, and at other times Tamo guna is predominant. There are also times when all the gunas exist in balance. Prabhu Paramatma is Nirgun, that is beyond the gunas, Nirlep, that is untouched by karmas and dualism, Avinashi, that is indestructible, Aprameya, that is limitless and eternal. The eyes cannot fully encompass a vision of the Lord. Similar in all respects is the one who presides along with him, Parama Shakti. She, who is the creatrix of all movable and immovable universes, is beyond the effects of the three gunas. She is beyond the comprehension of mortals of limited brain. Parabrahma and Parashakti, there is not even an iota of difference between them. They have eternally been one and the same. This knowledge is itself sufficient to grant release from all sins and never fails. The Vedant, one of the 6 systems of Hindu philosophy, announces this loud and clear. In this creation, pervaded by Trigunatmika, whoever discovers this secret is assured of mukti. Knowledge is also of 2 kinds. That which is acquired through words, spoken or written, is considered foremost. If one studies and reflects on the Vedas and Shastras, this knowledge can be obtained. But the intelligence can cause different kinds of interpretation and understanding of it. Rajan, the other source is Anubhav, which is very rare and precious, and which is experienced on the central nervous system. When one has the privilege of living in close proximity to one who has already realized this knowledge, then gradually it is felt. Bharat, just theoretical exposure is not sufficient. The experience is called divine knowledge. Knowledge gathered from reading or listening does not have the capacity to remove the darkness and spiritual ignorance from our consciousness. For example, just by talking about a lamp, the darkness does not get dispelled. Karma, that is action, is that to which the doer does not get attached, and knowledge is pure only if it is the means of mukti. If actions are done any other way, the only result is fatigue and stress, and knowledge only equips one with technique and mastery. There is no benefit of transformation. The prime fruits of pure knowledge are a moral and virtuous life, benevolence to all, freedom from anger, forgiving nature, tolerance, and satisfaction. Rajan, mere knowledge without tapasya and practice of yoga cannot help one to overcome the 6 enemies. The seed of anger, lust, greed, etc. is said to be in the attention. When the mind is under control, it cannot get perverted or deformed. Rajan, This is the reason why Raja Nimi could not forgive Muni Vasisht. Nimi had not achieved the state of Maharaj Yayati, who forgave Shukracharya and did not curse him. It happened a long time ago. Shukracharya cursed Maharaj Yayati. You will be immediately struck with old age. The king said nothing and accepted the old age. Some kings are of peaceful and tolerant nature, and some are cruel and hot-tempered. Rajan, all do not have the same temperament. Therefore, who can be blamed? Long ago, a lot of Brahmins of the lineage of Bhrigu were Purohits for the Haihai clan. These Kshatriyas became angry for some reason, and out of greed for wealth, they destroyed all the Brahmins. They did not stop to think that Brahma Hatya, that is killing of Brahmins, is a great sin. Chapter 6, Episodes 16 and 17. Killing of Bhriguvanshi Brahmins by Haihai Kshatriyas. By the grace of the Devi, a powerful boy child is born to a Brahmin lady. Raja Janmejay asked, Pitamaha, how did such a wicked idea take birth in the minds of the Kshatriyas? How can respectable people show anger for no reason? I am sure there must have been some cause for this, otherwise, why would brave warriors kill innocent Brahmins? Please tell me what the reason was. Suji says, Satyavati Nandan Vyasji was very pleased with Raja Janmejay. Vyasji said, Rajan, I know the details of this amazing incident. I will tell you. Listen carefully. There was a king in the Haihai clan called Kartavirya. This dharmic and powerful king had 1,000 hands and people called him Sahasrarjun. He had taken Diksha, that is initiation as a disciple, from Dattatreya ji. He was said to be an avatar of Bhagwan Vishnu. He worshipped Bhagavati Jagdamba. He patronized the Brahmins of the clan of Bhrigu, and he spent a lot of time in almsgiving and charity. He performed many yagyas and gave away his possessions to the Brahmins. The Brahmins in his kingdom became very wealthy and began to own horses, gold, and jewels. Rajan, Sahasrarjun ruled on earth for a very long time. When he died, the Kshatriyas realized that they had no wealth at all. Once the Kshatriyas were in dire need of money. They went to the Brahmins of the Bhrigu clan to request for wealth in a humble manner. But the Brahmins refused, saying that they had no wealth whatsoever. Fearing the Kshatriyas, many of them had buried their wealth, and some hid their wealth with other Brahmins. Greed had robbed the Brahmins of their generosity, and even though the Kshatriyas were in distress, they would not help. The desperate and poverty-stricken Kshatriyas went to the ashram of the Bhriguvanshi Brahmins. They discovered that the Brahmins had left. So they began to dig up the premises. They found the buried wealth and began to dig the other ashrams also. They were now overcome with greed, and they did not spare any Brahmin in the kingdom. Finally, the Brahmins surrendered to the Kshatriyas. Even after the surrender, the enraged Kshatriyas continued to beat the Brahmins and shoot arrows at them. All the Bhriguvanshi Brahmins ran away and hid in the hills. But the Kshatriyas vowed to kill every Bhriguvanshi Brahmin. They did not show mercy even to pregnant women, and the air was filled with wailing and weeping. Tapasvis and Munis who witnessed this spoke to the Kshatriyas, "Do not vent your anger on these Brahmins. It is very wrong and despicable that you are attacking even the women. When evil becomes violent and out of limits, then the fruits come before you in this life itself. So, if you want to prosper, you must stop this cruel behavior." The proud and angry Kshatriyas replied, "You are hermits and tapasvis. You will not understand. Our ancestor was a very pious and virtuous man. These Brahmins deceived him and cheated him out of all his wealth. When we requested them to help us, they refused even though they had all our wealth. It is the dharma of Brahmins not to be greedy and accumulate wealth, to give charity and to give food to the needy. Wealth has three movements: charity, enjoyment, and destruction. Dharmic men use their wealth for doing works of charity and for comforts, but a sinful man soon gets parted from his money. The miser, who neither does charity with his wealth nor uses it for pleasure but hoards it, he suffers great distress. They deserve to be punished, and that is why we are here. So, you who are Mahatmas, please do not be angry with us." Vyasji says, "Now the Kshatriyas were overcome with greed, and they continued to attack the Brahmins and take away their wealth. This greed, which resides in the consciousness of man, is a great enemy. It is known as the root of all evil. Under its influence, man loses all his dharmas and can even kill his mother, father, brothers, and friends. He will not hesitate to kill guru, friend, wife, or sister. Kam, Krodh, and Ahankar, which are lust, anger, and pride, are three enemies. But greed is a greater enemy, and under its influence, the Haivanshi warriors killed all the Bhargav Brahmins." Janmejay asked, "Muni, how did the Bhargav widows survive all this tragedy, and what happened next?" Vyasji says, "All the women, full of fear and overcome with sorrow, escaped to the Himalayas. On the banks of a river, they installed a Gauri made out of earth and began to worship her by fasting and prayer. They were certain that they would die very soon. At that time, the Devi appeared in their dream and said, 'One of you will give birth to a boy child. He is a part of me and will help you.' Saying this, the Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba removed herself from their sight. Very soon, one of the Brahmin ladies became with child. In order to save the child, she fled the Himalayas, but the Kshatriyas saw her. 'We should catch this Brahmani quickly and kill her. She is running away as she is with child.' They chased after her and stood in front of her, brandishing their swords. She began to weep. The child in her womb heard his mother crying. There was no one to protect her. She was without any support. Out of fear, her tears were just rolling down. It was as if a pregnant deer was in the clutches of a lion. Witnessing all this, the child inside was filled with anger. He wrenched himself out of her loins and stood there like a shining sun. His dazzling splendor blinded the Kshatriyas. They began groping their way in the mountains and caves. They were puzzled at the turn of events. They realized that this was the power of a chaste and virtuous woman who is faithful to her husband. Those who caused her extreme sorrow were immediately punished. They realized their mistake and fell at her feet. They offered pranams and also prayed for their sight to be restored. They said, "O auspicious one, O mother, be pleased to accept us as your servants. We were overcome with greed and committed these sinful acts. That is why, as soon as you looked at us, we got the fruit of our evil deeds and lost our eyesight. Now, like those born blind, we cannot see even your face. You are possessed of extraordinary spiritual powers. How can we challenge you? O praiseworthy one, we take refuge in you. Being blind is worse than death. Please give us back our sight and accept us as your servants. Then we, of spiteful and impious nature, will humble down and return to our places, and we will never again commit such despicable acts. From today, we will protect and support all Bhargav Brahmins. In spiritual ignorance, we committed these sins. Please forgive us. There will be no more enmity between Kshatriyas and Bhargav Brahmins. This is our solemn promise. Vyasji says, Rajan, the Brahmani was surprised beyond all bounds at hearing the Kshatriya's words. Seeing the blind warriors standing with folded hands, the Brahmani, who had a forgiving disposition, said, Kshatriyas, I was not the one who caused you to lose your sight. I am not even angry with you. I am telling you the real reason. Listen carefully. The child who was born just now, out of my loins, is the one whose anger you have incurred. He became wrathful because he came to know that all my friends and relations and even unborn children have become the fodder of death by your hands. This clan of Bhrigu were innocent, dharmic tapasvis. When you started killing all of them, at that time this child came into my womb. I have been carrying him for hundreds of years. He has full knowledge of all branches of the Vedas. Having come for the spiritual ascent of the Bhrigu clan, this child acquired all the pure knowledge before his birth. To avenge the killings of his forefathers, he has come on this earth. This child has come from the grace of Bhagavati Jagdamba. His brilliance and effulgence has caused you to become blind. Therefore, you must pray to him to restore your sight. If he accepts your prayer, I am sure he will restore your sight. Vyasji says, Rajan, the child presided in the form of a great Muni. The Kshatriyas humbly prostrated before him and prayed. The Muni Kumar was pleased and said, O kings, have faith in me and return to your homes. Listen, whatever fate has destined, that will definitely happen. Wise men should not mourn and grieve. All the rishis and munis should continue in peace as before. And all the Kshatriyas should renounce their anger and hatred and go back home in peace and joy. All the Kshatriyas of the Hai Vansh clan obeyed the wise child and went back to their homes. They regained their sight. The Brahmani took the divine boy back to her ashram and took good care of him. Rajan, this is the complete story of the destruction of the Bhargav Brahmins. Overcome by greed, the Kshatriyas committed a great sin. Janmejay said, O respected Satyavati Nandan Vyasji, please tell me how the clan came to be known as Hai. Was there a king of that name, or did they get the name because of some act committed by them? Chapter 6, Episodes 18 and 19. Bhagwan Shankar grants a boon to Sri Lakshmi, Sri Vishnu in the horse form and Sri Lakshmi in the form of a female horse create a son. Then Sri Lakshmi assumes her original form. Vyasji said, I will now tell you the history of the Hai clan. Listen carefully. Once the master of Leela, Bhagwan Vishnu, cursed Lakshmi to become a horse. God always has a reason for his plans and only he knows it. Sri Lakshmi was greatly distressed, but in obedience, she offered pranams to Bhagwan Vishnu, took his permission and left for Martyalok, the mortal world. She went to the same spot where the wife of Surya had performed severe penance, and in her new horse form, Bhagwati Lakshmi began to live there. The name of the place was Suparnaksh, and on its northern side was the Sangam, that is confluence of the rivers Yamuna and Tamasa. It had a most beautiful and pleasing forest. The goddess who fulfills all desires and who wears the moon as a decorating ornament in her hair sat in deep meditation upon Trishuldhari Bhagwan Sri Shankar. She meditated upon the Lord with 5 faces and 10 arms, and who has Bhagwati Gauri as his Ardhangini, that is half body. The Lord, whose white body glows like camphor, who has a blue throat and 3 eyes. The Lord, who wears a tiger skin and who covers with a mantle of elephant hide, who wears a garland of heads and whose sacred thread is a snake. It was this Lord Bhagwan Shankar on whom her attention was anchored in meditation. She achieved complete asceticism and detachment. She continued her tapasya for 1000 heavenly years. This greatly pleased the 3-eyed Lord Bhagwan Shankar, and he arrived seated on the bull Nandi to give his divine darshan. Accompanying him was Sri Parvati. They came and stood before Vishnupriya Mahamaya Lakshmi Ji, who, in the form of a female horse, was sitting in meditation. Bhagwan Shankar said, Kalyani Jagdambe, tell me the reason why you are doing this tapasya. Because your husband is the one who fulfills all desires and he is the controller and preserver of the whole creation. Devi, Sri Hari is the Swami of the universe. Then why have you preferred to worship me? It is the eternal dharma of women to honor their husbands. No matter what kind of husband he is, a woman must be faithful to her principle of Griha Lakshmi. And Narayan is most worthy of honor and worship. Sindhuje, who was goddess of wealth, why, instead of worshipping Sri Hari, you are pleased to worship me? Sri Lakshmi Ji said, Ashutosh, Maheshan, Devesh, Ocean of Mercy, my husband has pronounced a curse upon me. Please deliver me from the curse. Shambho, he has also told me the secret for neutralizing the curse. He said, after I bear a son, I will be freed of the curse and can return to Vaikunth. Bhagwan, in obedience, I have come to this tapovan to do tapasya, and I chose you as my presiding deity. Dev, at this time I am separated from my husband and he presides over Vaikunth. How is it possible for me to produce a child? Devesh Shankar, if it pleases you, grant me a boon. There is absolutely no difference between you and Sri Hari. This mystery became clear to me even while I was still in Vaikunth. He is you and you are he. You both are one and the same. That is why I am worshipping you, and I am not committing any irregularity. Bhagwan Shiv said, Devi, how did you discover the mystery that Sri Hari and I are the same? You must tell me the truth. Devatas, Munis, and men learned in the Vedas all get caught in the web of reasoning and argumentation and have not been able to comprehend this oneness. Many of my devotees disrespect and dishonor Sri Hari, and many of his devotees do the same to me. This slander and blasphemy will be the most in Kali Yuga. This oneness of Sri Hari and me is a great secret and a great mystery which is hidden from all and very difficult to understand. Then how did you come to know? Vyasji says, seeing Bhagwan Shankar very pleased, Sri Lakshmi also became happy and began to tell him how she got the knowledge. Sri Lakshmi said, Dev Devesh, it happened once that Bhagwan Vishnu was sitting alone in Padmasan pose and in deep meditation. Seeing him thus, I was surprised and amused. After some time, he came out of meditation and his face was glowing with joy. Most humbly and respectfully, I asked him, Prabhu, you are the Lord and Master of all the Devatas and ruler of the universe. When Brahma and all the gods and all the Danavas combined their strength and churned the ocean, and when I emerged from that churning, I thought I must choose a husband, and I looked around. You appeared to be the foremost and supreme among all the gods, so I chose you to be my husband. Then, O Sarvesh, whom are you meditating upon? I am overwhelmed with awe and wonder. Please explain this mystery to me. Bhagwan Vishnu said, Priya, I will describe the one in my heart upon whom I am meditating. Parvati Pati Bhagwan Shankar is the most supreme. It is his nature to get pleased with very little effort. There is no limit to his powers. It happens that sometimes he, the vanquisher of Tripurasura, meditates upon me, and sometimes I meditate upon him. I am his life force and he is mine. Both our attentions are intertwined, and there is not even an iota of difference between the two. O you with large, beautiful eyes, Vishal Lochane, anyone who maligns and disrespects him, even if he is a devotee of mine, he will most certainly go to hell. This is the absolute truth. Vyasji says, hearing Sri Lakshmi speak, the great Lord Shiva was pleased and said, have courage, I am pleased with your tapasya. You will definitely meet your husband. There is no doubt in this. Under my instigation, he will assume the form of a horse and come to this place. I will give encouragement to Madhusudan to assume the Ashwaroop and come here to you. You will certainly bear his child, who will be like him in every way. The whole world will bow before this child. After the birth of your son, you and your husband will regain your original forms and go back to Vaikunth. Your son will become famous by the name of Ekveer. His progeny will be the high Kshatriya clan. O beautiful one, you must worship the one who always reigns in the heart, Devi Bhagavati Jagdamba. Vyasji says, after giving this boon and assurance to Sri Lakshmi, Gauri Pati Bhagwan Shankar, together with Parvati, removed himself from sight. Sri Lakshmi stayed there and meditated upon the most beautiful and pleasing lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba. She also sang stutis to Sri Hari and awaited his arrival in Ashwaroop. Vyasji says, after giving the boon, Bhagwan Shankar immediately returned to Kailash. He then sent his most capable messenger, Chitraroop, to Vaikunth to accomplish the job for Sri Lakshmi. Bhagwan Shiva said, Chitraroop, carry my message to Sri Hari. impress upon him the need to remove the distress of Lakshmi. Chitraroop left for Vaikunth immediately. Vaikunth is a most beautiful dham. It is occupied by Vaishnavas. Its beauty is enhanced by divine trees and serene lakes. Swans, cranes, peacocks, parrots and koals can be seen roaming freely. Peacocks dance in the glades. Celestial singers and dancers perform divine music. The Parijat fills the air with fragrance, and all around could be seen Bakul, Ashoka, Til and Champa trees swaying in the breeze. Birds were wobbling sweetly. When he reached the bhavan of Bhagwan Vishnu, he saw the two doorkeepers, Jai and Vijay. He greeted them and said, "Dwarpals, please inform Sri Hari that a messenger has arrived from Bhagwan Shankar." Jai went into the presence of Bhagwan Vishnu and with bowed head and folded hands said, "Dev Dev, Ramakant, Karunakar Keshav, a messenger from Bhagwan Shiv is waiting outside. Garuda Dwaj, give me your command. Should I bring him in or ask him to leave? I did not ask the purpose of his visit. His name is Chitraroop." Bhagwan Vishnu is all-knowing. He knew why the messenger had come. He asked Jai to bring him in. Chitraroop was exactly as his name implied. He was very handsome and capable. As soon as he entered the divine presence, he did Sashtang Pranam. Then he stood with bowed shoulders and folded hands. Meekness and humbleness poured out from him. Bhagwan Vishnu smiled and said, "O sinless and guiltless one, I trust all is well with Devadidev Bhagwan Shankar and his family. For what purpose has he sent you? Is it something concerning himself, or is it for help for some devatas?" The messenger said, "Garuda Dwaj, there is nothing in this whole creation which is hidden from you. Past, present and future are known to you. Still, I will tell you the message exactly as given to me by Bhagwan Shankar. He has said, Vibho, your Bharya, that is, wife, Lakshmi Devi, is doing tapasya at the Sangam of the Yamuna and Tamasa rivers. She who fulfills the desires of all her bhaktas is at present in the form of a female horse in that place. She is the one upon whom devatas, humans, yakshas and kings meditate. There is no being on earth who can be happy without her grace. Pundarikaksh Hare, that is, who has eyes like lotus petals, what happiness are you experiencing by separation from her? O Jagatpate, even men who are weak and poor somehow protect and support their wives. Then Vibho, why have you abandoned her? Jagat Guru, if a lady suffers sorrows and travails in her life, her husband is held responsible and his life is open to contempt and shame. Even enemies condemn such behavior. You are far away from your wife, and seeing the depression and sadness of both of you, your selfish enemies will gloat and laugh day and night. Devesh, Lakshmi is possessed of all virtues. She is very beautiful and gentle. It is most fitting that her place is here with you and that both of you should enjoy each other. Please go and give her assurance and security and bring her back. In this world, nothing can continue to exist in the absence of Lakshmi. Please assume the Ashwa form and go to Rama Devi. After she bears a child, you may bring her back to Vaikunth." Vyasji says, Janmejay, after hearing the message of Shiva from Chitraroop, Bhagwan Vishnu said, "All right, so it shall be." Then he asked Chitraroop to return to Bhagwan Shankar. Then Bhagwan Vishnu assumed the form of a splendid horse and left Vaikunth. He reached the place where Sri Lakshmi was doing tapasya after assuming the form of a female horse. Sri Lakshmi saw him and immediately understood that her benevolent Lord Vishnu had also taken the Ashva form for her sake. Her eyes filled with tears. The Sangam of Yamuna and Tamasa rivers is considered sacred. She met her Lord there. In due course, Sri Lakshmi gave birth to a boy child who was full of grace and virtue. Then Bhagwan Vishnu smiled and said, "Now you can renounce this Ashva form and take on your original form. We will both manifest our divine forms and return to Vaikunth. Sulochane, this child will remain here." Then, assuming their divine forms, Bhagwan Sri Vishnu and Bhagavati Lakshmi took their seats in a beautiful conveyance. The Devatas began to sing praises of their glory, that is Yashogan. When they were about to leave, Sri Lakshmi said, "Nath, let us take this child with us. I cannot abandon him. He is as dear to me as you are. Madhusudan, we must take him with us to Vaikunth." Sri Hari said, "Priye, it is improper for you to express attachment. This child can live here very well because I have already made arrangements for his care. I will tell you the significance of this renunciation of your child. Listen, on earth there is a king called Turvasu belonging to the Yayati clan. His father wished him to become famous with the name Harivarma. Right now, this king Harivarma is doing severe tapasya for the boon of a son. His tapasya has just completed 100 years. It is for that king that I have created this child. He will go to the king and direct him to come here. Priye, we will have to give this child as a boon to Raja Harivarma. He will take good care of him." Vyasji says, thus, giving assurance to his beloved that the child would be well provided for, Bhagwan Vishnu took Bhagavati Lakshmi back to Vaikunth. Chapter 6, Episodes 20 and 21. Story of Lakshmi Putra Ek Veer. Janmejay said, "Munivar Vyasji, I am amazed how a child of the divine could be given away soon after birth and left alone in the forest. How is that wild animals like tiger, lion and other predators did not carry him away? Please tell me." Vyasji says, as soon as Bhagwan Lakshmi Narayan left, a demigod called Champak came to that place. With him was his beautiful wife Madanalsa. They saw the divine child lying on the earth. He was alone and unattended. He looked like the child of a Devata. Champak got down from his Vahana and picked up the child. He felt a great joy like a poor man feels when he gets unexpected wealth. He gave the child to his wife and she too felt the same joy. She kissed the child and held him close, and from that moment she considered him as her own. She smiled happily and asked her husband, "Kant, whose child can this be? Who left him alone in this forest? Whatever it is, I am convinced Bhagwan Shankar has given me this child." Champak said, "Indra is all-knowing. I will go and ask him whether this child is a Devata or a Gandharva. Only with his permission will I make this child my own. It is not proper to do anything without his permission. So Champak went with his wife and the child to Amaravati. He went into the presence of Indra and offered pranams. Then he kept the child near Indra and respectfully asked, Deveshwar, the Sangam of the Yamuna and Tamasa rivers is most holy. It is there that I found this child who is as lustrous as Kamdev. Shachipate, whose child is this? Why has he been abandoned? If you permit, can I make him my own? My wife also has begun to love this baby. It is written in the Dharma Shastras that even an unnatural child can be adopted as one's own. Indra said, O auspicious one, this is the child of Ashwarupdhari Bhagwan Vishnu. His mother is Sakshat Bhagavati Lakshmi. This great tapasvi child is called Hai, and they desire to give this child to Raja Turvasu of the Yayati clan. Turvasu is a dharmic king. Sri Hari is on his way to tell Turvasu to go to the holy Sangam. Before the king reaches, you must go there and place the child back where you found him. It will not be good to delay, because if the king does not find him, he will be greatly disappointed. This child will become famous by the name of Ekver. Vyasji says, Champak immediately left and put the child back where he had found him. Then he got into his Viman and went back home. At that time, Bhagwan Narayan, together with Lakshmi, appeared before the meditating king Harivarma. When the king saw Bhagwan Vishnu alighting from his Vahana, he was overjoyed. Like a fallen pole, he prostrated before the Lord. Seeing his Bhakta in Sashtang Pranam, Bhagwan Vishnu said, Vats, arise. Then Raja Harivarma began to sing stutis in loud and clear tones. Deveshwar, Lord of all the Lokas, most benevolent one, Jagadguru, Ramesh, getting a darshan of you is a most rare and precious honor. Even great yogis have not achieved this favor. Your darshan is only possible to those whose desires and longings have been renounced and who are completely detached from all things perceived by the senses. Bhagwan, O eternal being, God of gods, I was sitting in expectation and therefore strictly am not worthy of this darshan. Bhagwan Vishnu spoke in pleasing, sweet tones. Rajan, I am very pleased with your tapasya. I am giving your desired boon. Accept it. The king placed his head before the lotus feet of the Lord and said, Murare, I did tapasya for the boon of a son. May it please you to give me a son full of your qualities. Hearing this prayer, Devadidev Bhagwan Sri Hari spoke thus, Yayati Nandan, you go immediately to the Sangam Tirth of the rivers Yamuna and Tamasa. I have kept there a son exactly as per your desires. Rajan, this son is produced from my seed and he has boundless and limitless powers. Lakshmi herself is his mother. He has been created for you. Accept him. The speech of the Lord was extremely sweet and pleasing. Waves of joy overwhelmed the king. After giving him the boon, Bhagwan Sri Vishnu took Bhagavati Lakshmi and returned to Vaikunth. As soon as the Lord left, Yayati Nandan Harivarma climbed his chariot and sped towards the place where the divine child lay. He had already heard the description of the child from Bhagwan Sri Hari. He saw a most beautiful and dazzling baby lying on Mother Earth. He was already folding his food in one hand and sucking the toe. He was as beautiful as Kamdev. This child, born of Lakshmi, was a part of Bhagwan Narayan. He had his limitless powers. Harivarma's eyes filled with tears of joy. His heart swelled with love, and he bent down and picked up the child. He breathed in the fragrance of the child's head. He held him in his lap, and tears of happiness rolled down. The king said to the child, "Son, by the grace and benevolence of your father, Bhagwan Vishnu, and your mother Sri Lakshmi, I have received you. Out of fear of hell, I did severe penance to get a son like you. When 100 of years of tapasya were completed, Bhagwan Vishnu and Bhagavati produced you and gave you to me. Blessed is that mother who will enjoy looking after you. Son, you are the boat which will take humanity across the ocean of illusion. Bhagwan Narayan is your master." Then the king took the child and left for his kingdom. The news had already reached, and his minister and subjects came to welcome him. They brought with them purohits and prescribed offerings, bards, musicians and singers, so that they could have a proper reception for the king. When he arrived, Harivarma was very pleased. He spoke to all, and his glance met every person who was present. When he entered the city with his son, they showered keel, which is parched rice, and flowers on him. Then he entered his majestic palace and gave the child to his queen. She was a virtuous lady. She asked the king how he got this most beautiful baby. "Please tell me who gave this child to you. I cannot contain my joy." Then, with great emotion and joy, the king said, "Priye, Bhagwan Sri Lakshmi Narayan gave this child to me. O beautiful eyed one, the mother of this child is Sakshat Bhagavati Lakshmi. He is an ansh, that is part of Bhagwan Vishnu." The queen became immersed in joy. The king held a big celebration in honor of the child. He gave away many gifts and alms. There was music and singing. He named the child Ekveer. Now that he had a son, Raja Harivarma was freed from Pitra Runa, one of the 3 debts on a man from which he is freed when he begets a son. He spent the rest of his days in peace. Vyasji says, "Rajan, then the king performed the necessary initiation ceremonies for the boy, and both he and the queen engaged themselves in looking after the child. The boy began to grow fast. In the 6th month, the Annaprasan, that is, the ceremony of feeding, for the first time, rice cooked in milk was done. In the 3rd year, the Mundan Sanskar, that is, shaving of the head of the child was performed. On every occasion, the Brahmins were honored in the proper way. They were given gifts of wealth and milch cows. Alms were also distributed to the subjects. In the 11th year, the ceremony of the sacred thread was performed, and the boy was given lessons in archery. When the king saw that the prince had become competent in Dhanurved and had become conversant with Raj Dharma, that is, duties of a sovereign, he decided to hold Rajyabhishek to anoint and place the crown of accession on the head of the prince. All arrangements began, and the prescribed samagri was collected. Brahmins, learned in the Vedas and scriptures, were invited, and the ceremony began. The king Harivarma himself performed the Abhishek by pouring the waters of rivers and oceans over the head of Prince Ekveer. After giving gifts of wealth to the Brahmins, the prince was enthroned. In this way, Ekveer was consecrated and coronated as king. Then the king and queen retired into the forest. They had conquered all their senses and desires. They built their ashram on the summit of Mainak Parvat. They lived on wild fruits and leaves and spent their time in meditation on Bhagwan Shankar. At the destined time, the king renounced his earthly body and found a place in heaven. When Hai, that is Ekveer, heard of his father's death, he performed all the prescribed rites and ceremonies for the deceased. Then he began to rule the kingdom. He was a very virtuous and dharmic king. He was respected and loved by his ministers. It happened once that the king, accompanied by the sons of his ministers, went on their horses to the banks of the holy river Ganga. He saw beautiful trees bearing flowers and fruits. The pleasant sounds of chirping birds and droning bumblebees filled the air. There were also many ashrams of various munis. The sound of chanting and the smoke from the havans filled the air. Little baby deer was romping about. The rice fields swayed with ripe grain. Milkmaids were guarding the fields. There were many lakes filled with newly bloomed lotuses and a green forest presenting a pleasing scene. He could identify Ashoka, Champa, jackfruit, Bakul, Til, Neem, flowering Parijat, Sal, Pamaira and evergreen Tamal trees. Then he saw a most fragrant lotus which had just bloomed. Raja Ekveer noticed that on the south side of the water a maiden was sitting and weeping. Her eyes were like lotuses and she had a golden complexion. Her hair was long and lustrous. Her neck was narrow like a conch. Her lips were like red berries. Her waist was slim. Her nose was straight and noble. She was altogether very beautiful. She was away from her attendants, and her weeping sounded like the cry of an osprey. Raja Ekveer asked her, "O beautiful one, who are you? Who is your father? Are you a Gandharva maiden or a Dev Kanya? What has caused you to weep? O maiden, how is it you are alone? Who brought and left you here? Where is your husband or your father? Now you please tell me the reason for your distress. I am ready to help you. In my kingdom, no one is allowed to be sad. There is no fear of robbers or Rakshasas. I am the king of this region. During my reign, no mischief or attack can be committed. Even a lion or tiger cannot terrorize anyone. Why are you weeping so helplessly? Tell me what is the cause of your sorrow. It is my prime effort to remove all distress and sorrows of my people. I am very faithful to this vow of protecting my subjects. O you with beautiful large eyes, tell me your troubles and I will get rid of them." Comforted by the assurance of the king, the maiden spoke in a sweet voice. She said, "Rajendra, listen and I will tell you the reason for my weeping. Rajan, unless there is pain and sorrow, why will a living being cry? O valiant one, I will tell you the reason. There is another kingdom besides yours, which is ruled by a dharmic king called Raibhya. He had no children. His queen, Rukmarekha, is very beautiful, faithful, and full of all virtues. She was sad, and one day she said to the king, "Swami, my life is of no use. It is empty and meaningless. Without a child, a woman is incomplete." Getting this instigation from her, the king held a Putreshti Yagya for the boon of a child. He invited learned Brahmins, collected all the required samagri, and commenced the Havan. Desiring a son, the king distributed gifts and alms. Pure ghee was offered to the Agni, and Agni Dev burned bright and brilliant. A very lovely girl child emerged from the Yagya Agni. She was full of all good qualities. The presiding Brahmin took her to the king and said, Rajan, take this child. She has been produced from the Havan. She is possessed of all virtues and is like a necklace of precious gemstones. She will become famous in the world by the name of Ekavalli. She is equal to a son and she will make you proud and happy. She is a gift from Bhagwan Vishnu. The king took the girl from the Brahmin and lovingly handed her to Queen Rukmarika. He said, O fortunate one, accept this child as your daughter. She is very pleasing to behold, and her large eyes are like lotuses. The queen took the child, and she was as happy as if a son was born. All auspicious rites and ceremonies were performed. At the end of the yajna, the king gave generous gifts to the Brahmins, who left satisfied. The king was very happy. They watched her grow with great love and devotion. The palace celebrated as if a son was born. For the king and queen, there was no difference between a son and a daughter. O king, I am the daughter of the minister of that king. Ekavalli and I are of the same age. The king kept me as the companion for the princess. We were great friends. We were inseparable and went everywhere together. Wherever Ekavalli saw fragrant lotus, she would run there. No other place made her happy. It happened once that on the banks of the Ganga, but far inside, some lotuses bloomed. The princess, accompanied by her attendants and myself, reached that spot. I told Maharaj Raibhya that wherever there are lotuses, Ekavalli goes. And now she has gone deep into the forest. The king forbade her from going too far away. He ordered many pools to be dug in the palace grounds and filled them with lotuses. But still, her fondness for fragrant lotuses made her go out of the palace grounds. On the command of the king, armed guards started accompanying Ekavalli wherever she went. Her attendants and I also accompanied her. She continued her trips to the banks of the Ganga. Chapter 6, Episodes 22 and 23. Story of Princess Ekavalli. Kalketu abducts Ekavalli. Ekveer kills Kalketu and marries Ekavalli. Yashovati said, It happened once that the beautiful Ekavalli went out with her friends. Her bodyguards were also with her. They were armed and fully alert. I was also there. She went to pick a lotus. Suddenly, a huge Danava came there. His name was Kalketu. He was accompanied by many Rakshasas. They were all armed. Kalketu spied the beautiful Ekavalli. She and I ran from there and reached the place where our soldiers were standing. Kalketu picked up a huge mace and frightened the bodyguards away. He caught Ekavalli and she began to tremble and cry. I said, You leave her alone. Take me instead. But he took her and went away. When the guards tried to stop him, there was a great fight. Kalketu killed all the guards and took the princess away. She was weeping loudly. I followed so that she would see me and be comforted. And so it happened. She saw me and stopped crying. Gradually, I went close to her and we spoke to each other. Kalketu displayed some kindness and spoke to me. He said, Your beautiful friend is afraid. Tell her on my behalf that my country is like heaven. You are in my care and I have become your servant." "Then why are you weeping so sadly? Please stop crying." Then he made me also sit in the same chariot and took us to his kingdom. He had a large army. He was very pleased and smiled. He made arrangements for Ekvalli and me to stay in a spacious bhavan and kept guards all around. The next day, Kalketu came and said to me, "Please tell your friend not to be afraid. If she marries me, she can rule very happily. I will be her servant." I replied sternly, "Rajan, I cannot speak these inauspicious words to Ekvalli. It is better if you speak to her yourself." He went to her and said, "O beautiful one, what mantra have you used to bewitch me? I am your servant. Please accept me as your husband." Ekvalli said, "The Prince Hai is a most auspicious person, and my father has promised me to him in marriage. I have already accepted him in my mind as my husband. Therefore, I cannot abandon the dharma of a maiden and accept another as a husband. This ancient and dharmic tradition is also known to you that whomever a father chooses for his daughter, that is the person she must marry. A maiden is always dependent. She is not free to act on her own." Even after Ekvalli's reply, the Danava did not change his intentions. He was totally fascinated. Both of us were now his prisoners. The kingdom of Kalketu was in a mountainous chasm of Patal, and the surroundings were very difficult. His fort was surrounded by high walls and guarded constantly. Ekvalli is in that fort, and somehow I have managed to come here, and that is why I am crying loudly." Ekveer asked, "I am amazed at how you managed to come out of that place. I want to know the details. You say that Ekvalli's father had promised her in marriage to a prince named Hai. This also surprises me because my name is Hai and there is no other prince by this name. Please remove all my doubts. Then I will kill this demon and rescue the princess. Have you informed her father, King Raibhya? It would be very sad if he was not aware that his daughter has been abducted. And why has he not come to free her? He is not ill or weak. Tell me quickly, because now I have made up my mind to rescue the princess. What is the way to reach his country?" Yashovati said, "Rajan, from a young age, I have always wanted to know the Bija mantra of Bhagavati Jagdamba. A realized Brahmin taught me this mantra. When I was in the fort of Kalketu, I started chanting this mantra and meditating on the Devi. I had full faith that Bhagavati Chandika would free me from bondage. She is compassionate and generous to her bhaktas. She, who is self-supporting and almighty, creates, sustains and devours the universe. She is formless and unsupported. Everything is of her form and she is all-encompassing. I meditated on that almighty Devi, who is the supreme creator and who is compassionate, who wears red clothes and from whose eyes radiates a red glow. I kept this form before me and chanted the Bij mantra and meditated for a whole month. Then Devi Bhagavati Chandika became pleased with me and gave me a darshan in my dream. She spoke to me in sweet tones. "Why are you sleeping? Get up and go to the bank of the sacred river Ganga. The great King Hai is about to reach that place. His name is Ekveer. Muni Dattatreya has initiated him into my Bija mantra. He is always absorbed in my holy name. I am never separated from his attention. He performs my puja constantly and consistently. He beholds me in everything that he sees. He does not know anything besides my worship. He is the one who will overcome your difficulties. Bhagavati Lakshmi is his mother. He will come to the river bank and become your savior. He will kill Kalketu and release Ekvalli. After that, you must arrange for their marriage according to the highest traditions. This is what the Devi said to me before she disappeared. My sleep broke. I went to Ekvalli and told her everything. She became very happy. She requested me to go immediately and fulfill the directions given by the Devi. The words spoken by the Devi are infallible. By her grace, both of us will get our freedom. I left immediately and no one stopped me. In her compassion, the Devi caused me to know the way and gave me the Shakti to move fast and fearlessly. O Prince, I have told you everything. Now you must tell me who you are and what is the name of your father. Vyasji says, Rajan, King Ekveer was the son of Bhagavati Lakshmi. He heard Yashovati and his face bloomed like a lotus. Raja Ekveer said, I will tell you all about myself. I am Hai. My name is Ekveer. Shri Lakshmi is my mother. You have given such a beautiful description of Ekvalli that I am perplexed and impatient. But then you say she told Kalketu that she is betrothed to me. This has removed my doubts. Now I have become her servant. Tell me, what should I do now? I have no idea of Kalketu's country. You have to give me the directions so that I can go to her immediately. I will kill Kalketu, rescue the princess and restore her to her father. After that, King Raibhya can arrange to get us married in a proper way. With your help, I can realize my dearest wish. Show me the way. Vyasji says, Yashovati was very pleased and began to tell him the way. Rajendra, Bhagavati Jagdamba's Bija Mantra grants success and fulfillment. You must take initiation of this mantra. Then make arrangements to accompany me. You must bring a big army with you because there will definitely be a battle. Ekveer immediately went and took Diksha of the Bij Mantra. Sri Dattatreya is the crown jewel of all gurus. By a divine coincidence, he reached that spot. He was the preceptor of the Maha Mantra of Devi Yogeshwari. This mantra of the Devi is like a tilak, that is forehead ornamentation of the Triloki. This mantra granted Raja Ekveer the complete knowledge and the necessary strength to fulfill his quest. The kingdom of Kalketu was so carefully guarded, it was as if snakes were guarding it. When Ekveer and Yashovati reached with a great army, the guards ran trembling to Kalketu. At that time, he was sitting with Ekvalli and trying to coax her. The guards recognized that their master was overcome with desire. They said, Rajan, the girl who is a friend of the princess has come with a prince and a large army. Maharaj, we cannot say whether he is Jayant, son of Indra, or Kartikeya, son of Shankar. The army is very large and a battle seems imminent. Either we must fight or you give up the princess. Maharaj, make preparations and give us the command to sound the war drums. Vyasji says, Kalketu was so shocked he nearly fainted with anger. Then he ordered his soldiers to go and engage in battle. Then he spoke gently to Ekvalli. Tell me who it is, who has come with an army. Is it your father or someone else? Tell me the identity of this person who has come. If it is your father, I will not fight with him. Rather, I will welcome him with gifts of clothes, jewels, and horses. When he reaches my palace, he will be received with the proper rituals. If it is someone else, I will kill him with my sharp arrows. It is clear that it is the manipulation of Kal which has brought him here to face his death. Therefore, princess, consider me as Sakshat Kal. Who is this foolish person who has come to certain death by challenging me? Ekvalli said, O king, I do not know who is approaching at such great speed. Up to now, no one is even aware that I am in your bondage. This person is neither my father nor my brother. It must be some other brave warrior. On whose request he has come here, I don't know. Kalketu said, My messengers tell me that this is all arranged by your friend Yashovati. She is the one who is accompanying the warrior. Vyasji says, A second messenger arrived and fearfully exclaimed, Maharaj, how can you sit here when the enemy has reached our gates? Take the army out immediately. Kalketu got in his chariot and went out. Ekveer reached on his horse and a battle started. It was as if Indra and Vrittasur were in combat. Finally, Ekveer used his mace and killed Kalketu. All the Danavas ran away and hid themselves. Yashovati ran to Ekvalli and said, Come and see, by the hand of Ekveer, the horrible Danava Kalketu has been killed. He is a very brave prince. Because he is tired, he is resting at the entrance. He desires to see you because he has heard of your good qualities and your beauty. Please go and meet him. When I met him on the banks of the holy Ganga, I told him all about you. Ekvalli was very pleased with all that her friend said, and she wanted to go and meet Ekveer. But she was still a maiden and she felt bashful modesty. I am a maiden, how can I look upon a man's face? So she took Yashovati into the palanquin with her and set out for the gate. Her face was filled with fear and she was dressed in the same sari which she had worn when she was abducted. Ekveer approached her and said, Allow me to see you. My eyes have been impatient to have your darshan. Seeing that her friend was becoming more and more shy, Yashovati said to Ekveer, O prince, her father has decided to give her to you. She will ultimately belong to you. This is a fact. So be patient and take her back to her father's house. It is only he who can arrange for your marriage and give her to you. Ekveer was a Dharmatma. He obeyed Yashovati and took Ekvalli to her father along with his army. King Raibhya personally came out of his palace to meet Ekveer and gave him the appropriate welcome. The father was overjoyed to see his daughter again after so many days. Yashovati told him all the details. The king invited Ekveer to his palace. An auspicious date was fixed and all arrangements began for the marriage. The king honored Ekveer with the appropriate dowry and performed the marriage of Ekveer and Ekvalli. Then Ekvalli left the palace. Yashovati also went with her. Ekveer and Ekvalli had a son who became famous as Kritvirya, and he had a son who was known as Kartavirya. Chapter 6, Episodes 24 to 27. Conversation between Narad and Vyasji. Narad and Muni Parbat curse each other. Raja Janmejay said, Bhagwan, the sweet tones of your voice are like drops of honey. I have been listening to your stories, but I am not satisfied. The story of the Hai clan is amazing and surprising. What is perplexing me the most is how do such great gods fall into delusion and spiritual ignorance? Brahman, you are full of wisdom and knowledge. Please free me from this disillusion. Vyasji says, Rajan, listen. I myself got a clarification of this doubt a long time ago from Naradji. I will tell it to you exactly as he told me. The human son of Sri Brahmaji is Narada. He was a great tapasvi, all-knowing, embodiment of peace, who could go to any place, who loved the world and who was very learned. Once, long ago, Naradji was walking on earth, playing the veena in swar and tal. He was also chanting the nectar-like Gayatri mantra. In this mood, he reached my ashram, which was in Samyapras, a holy place on the banks of the Saraswati. Many munis have settled there to perform tapasya. I received Naradji with the proper offerings of water for washing feet, water for rinsing the mouth, and an asan to be seated. When I saw that he was free from fatigue and his mind was at peace, I put to him the same question that you have just asked me. I said, O great Muni, in this illusionary world, what is happiness? Wherever I look, I do not see even the tiniest bit of happiness. After that, Vyasji narrated previous incidents and chronicles, including the story of Kauravas and Pandavas. Then he said to Naradji, My mind is always agitated and restless, swinging to and fro, and not able to remain steady and calm. You are wise, please remove my doubts. Then Naradji, who knows everything, smiled. He began to tell me the reason for man's disillusionment. Naradji said, Parashar Nandan Vyasji, why do you ask? You are conversant with all the Purans. It is an absolute fact that no one who lives in this world can remain untouched by illusions and delusions. Even great gods and wise sages and saints have been caught in its web and are wandering about in the world, steeped in confusion. I will tell you how I myself fell into this illusion. Be kind and listen. I had to undergo many sufferings, and all for the sake of winning a woman. It happened like this. Once, Parvat Muni and I came down from heaven to earth to explore Bharat. We visited all the holy places of pilgrimage and got an opportunity of seeing the ashrams of many famous munis. When we left heaven, we promised each other that we would say whatever came into our minds, whether the thought was pure or impure. We would not hide anything from each other. Whether the matter concerned women, wealth, or food, all had to be told to each other. We were enjoying our tour of earth. The summer season ended and monsoon season started. We reached the beautiful kingdom of King Sanjay. The king received us very respectfully and with all the honors due to a guest. We stayed in his palace for 4 months. The rainy season is very difficult and wise people stay in one place during these 4 months. The other 8 months one can enjoy by traveling from place to place. The king looked after all our requirements. Raja Sanjay had a very beautiful daughter. Her name was Damayanti. As ordered by her father, she was in charge of looking after us. She was very caring and hard-working. She never neglected us in any way. We were always provided with food, water, puja articles, asan and other comforts. We lived there happily. Being engrossed in the regular study of the Vedas was our inborn nature. I used to play the veena and sing the Sam Veda in a high voice. The chanting had a quality to please the ears. The princess became fascinated with my singing. She began to feel excessive love towards me, and it kept growing every day. I also began to respond and reciprocate her love. Gradually, there was a discrimination in the way things were provided for me and the way they were provided for Parvat Muni. Even her glances were more loving towards me than him. This caused a thought in Parvat Muni's mind as to why this was happening. He was greatly surprised. When we were alone, he asked me, "Narad, what is happening? Tell me clearly. The love that the princess bears towards you is not there towards me. It is causing suspicions in me. It seems certain that the princess wishes to make you her husband, and from the signs I can see that you also feel love for her. Your eyes and your speech indicate this. Muni, tell me the truth. Remember the promise we made to each other." Naradji says, when he persisted with his question, I replied shyly, "Parvat, this princess with large, beautiful eyes wishes to make me her husband. I also have the same feelings towards her." Hearing this, Parvat Muni became very angry. He said, "Narad, you are a disgrace. After making a promise, you deceived me. O destroyer of friendship and trust, I curse you. May your face turn into that of a monkey." Parvat Muni was a Mahatma. As soon as he pronounced the curse, I became monkey-faced. By relationship, the Muni was the son of my sister. But in anger, I also could not forgive him. I also cursed him. May you hereby lose your entitlement to heaven. O Parvat, you have a faulty wisdom. For such a small mistake, you have cursed me. Now you also breathe the air of this mortal world." Parvat Muni became very sad and left. My face continued to resemble a monkey. The princess was very learned. She always enjoyed listening to my veena. But when she saw my face, dark clouds of displeasure descended on her. Vyasji asked, "Brahman, what happened next? How did you get released from the curse and begin to look normal again? Please be kind to tell me in detail. And also, where, when and how did you great souls meet again? Please tell me." Naradji said, "O fortunate one, what can I say? The process of Maya is an amazing one. After Parvat Muni left in anger, I spent very difficult days. Even though the princess continued to look after me, still I was miserable and humiliated. I could not overcome my sorrow and kept wondering why such a misfortune had befallen me. The princess was maturing into a maiden. Her father called his ministers and said, "My daughter has reached marriageable age. Find a suitable boy for her. He should be a very well accomplished prince. He should be handsome, brave, generous, full of good qualities and belong to a good clan. As soon as you find such a prince, I will arrange for the marriage." The minister said, "Maharaj, many such princes are available on this earth. You select one and honor him with gifts of elephants, horses and chariots." Naradji says, when Damayanti heard about this, she sent a message to her father through her maid. The maid said, "Maharaj, your daughter has asked me to tell you these things which are for her benevolence. Her message is, I have chosen the wise and intelligent Narada to be my husband. His sweet voice and melodious veena have won my heart. Now I cannot look at another man, so please arrange my marriage with this great Muni. I will not marry anyone else. am completely submerged in the ocean of divine music, an ocean where there are no crocodiles, alligators, or fishes. Naradji says, when the king heard this message, he turned to his beautiful queen Kaikeyi and said, "O loved one, you have heard everything. Our daughter has chosen that monkey-faced Narada to be her husband. This is a most foolish decision. How can I give my daughter to that Muni? What match can there be between that monkey-faced Muni, who is a beggar, and my beautiful daughter who has been brought up in wealth and comfort? This alliance is not possible. You must go and advise her of her duties as a daughter and the maryadas of our family and bring her back to reality." Queen Kaikeyi went to her daughter and said, "There is no comparison between you, a princess of great beauty, and that Muni who has a monkey face and who is a pauper. You are delicate and sensitive, and he is always covered in ashes. Then how could you get attracted to this pauper? How can we agree to such a marriage? Your husband should be a handsome prince. Do not be stubborn. Anyone who sees a delicate malati creeper growing on a babul tree full of thorns will feel sad. Also, no one gives betel leaves to a camel to eat. Anyone who sees us giving you in marriage to this mendicant will scold us. One must not even be speaking with that monkey-faced man." Naradji says, Damayanti had made a firm decision to marry me. After her mother finished speaking, she said, "When this Muni has already renounced the pleasures and attachments of this world, and he has no knowledge of the affairs and conditions prevailing outside, then what purpose or interest does he have in good looks, wealth, and kingdom? Those deer in the forest are more blessed and fortunate who listen to the divine music of his veena and are prepared to give up their lives. Those human beings who cannot appreciate this divine music are a disgrace and insult to their elevated birth. Mother, the knowledge that Naradji has of the 7 swaras, no other being has except Sri Shiva. Mother, when one lives with a fool, the only thing to look forward to is death. What is the use of having good appearance and great wealth if one is spiritually ignorant? Better to keep away from such a person. I consider alliance with a proud and foolish king inferior to an alliance with a wise and knowledgeable beggar. The reason is that his knowledge of the spirit gives so much joy and satisfaction. It is impossible even to find a weak person who knows all the 8 variations in music, including sound, scale, and modulations. The person who is accomplished in all this compares with Ganga and Saraswati who lead you to Kailash. He who knows the intricacies of music, even if he is a human, should be recognized as divine. Those who are ignorant of divine music, including Indra, can be likened to animals. Those in whom delight and joy is not awakened by divine music are also equal to animals, excepting the deer. Actually, I admire the poisonous serpents who, even though they have no ears, sway to music. If those endowed with the faculty of hearing do not experience joy upon hearing divine music, then they are cursed. Even a child becomes happy when it hears melodious music. Has Father not recognized these infinite and matchless qualities in Narad? In the entire 3 worlds, there is no one who can sing the Samveda like Narad. Therefore, I have taken all matters into consideration before deciding that I will marry only Narad. This most famous Muni did not have a monkey face before. It is because of a curse that this has happened and all due to me. So how can I do anything else? Kinnars have faces like horses, but even then everyone loves them. The reason being that they are well versed in the Samveda. So beauty is not the main requirement. Mother, please tell my father that I have firmly decided to marry this Munivar. So, please give up his objection and perform this marriage with his blessings. Naradji says, the queen conveyed her daughter's message to the king. She also advised the king to find an auspicious day and perform the marriage of Princess Damayanti with Narad Muni. The king agreed. All arrangements were made and the marriage was performed with all rituals between Damayanti and Narada. O great Tapasvi Vyasji, after our marriage, I continued to live there. My monkey face caused me great distress. Each time Damayanti came to serve me, my sorrow would increase. But that princess, whose face was as beautiful as a full-blown lotus, never at any time shrank from me in disgust. My face did not cause her any repulsion or uneasiness. Many days passed in this way. One day, most unexpectedly, Parvat Muni came there. After visiting many holy places, he decided to come and see me. I received him with all honor and respect. One day, he was sitting on his asan when he saw Damayanti and me together. He felt very sad because my state was pitiable. Because of my monkey face, I was just passing the time in spite of my marriage. Seeing me, his uncle, in such a sad situation, the compassionate Muni Parvat said, Munivar Narad, I got into a temper and put a curse on you, but now I am going to neutralize it. By virtue of all my punyas, may you get a beautiful face. Seeing the princess, my heart is filled with compassion. Naradji says, my heart also filled with humility and gratitude. I also reversed my curse. I said, Munivar Parvat, you are the most worthy son of my sister. I freely and happily release you from the curse. That is, you can now go to heaven. Gradually my face changed and became very handsome. The princess became extremely happy. She ran to her mother and said, Mother, your most respected son-in-law has become handsome. Parvat Muni has released him from the curse. The queen went and gave the good news to the king. He came to meet me and was very pleased. He gave me many gifts and also honored Parvat Muni with gifts. This all happened to me in this lifetime. It is most certainly the play of Mahamaya. This universe, created out of the attributes of Maya, is illusory. Those who live in it and get attached or entangled can never be happy in the present or in the future. Anger, lust, greed, jealousy, attachment, ego and arrogance are very powerful. Who has been able to conquer them? Muni, Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, these three attributes are the causals for the type of body a soul takes. Vyasji, it happened once that I was walking in the forest with Bhagwan Vishnu. We were talking lightly and jocularly. Suddenly, I became a woman deceived by the Maya of the Lord. I married a king and bore many sons. Vyasji asked, Muni, how did this happen to you, who are so learned and knowledgeable? I am completely amazed. Please tell me, how did you turn into a man again? Also, tell me which king you married and bore children. Please tell me the details of this story which has bewitched the world. Chapter 6, Episodes 28 and 29. How Narad became a woman, married, had sons, and then by the grace of Devi Bhagavati restored to manhood. Naradji says, I am telling you this holy story. Listen carefully. It is a fact that even the most proficient and learned yogis have not been able to unravel the mysteries. All things living and non-living and the entire universe from Brahma downwards are all under the rule of Maya. Because it is invincible and incomprehensible, it happened once that I had a desire to have a darshan of the Almighty Bhagwan Vishnu. So I went to Vaikunth. On my way, I was playing divine music of perfect tune and tal, that is rhythm. I chanted the Sam Veda and other divine 7 swaras. I reached Shwet Deep, that is, abode of Sri Vishnu, and had a darshan of the Lord. He was holding the chakra and mace in his hands. The jewel Kaustuba Mani adorned his chest. He was of the color of a water-filled cloud and had 4 hands. His dress was of yellow silk, that is Pitambar. He wore a crown and armlets. At that time, he was in the company of the most pleasing Sri Lakshmi. She, who is the embodiment of all good qualities, was fully adorned with rich garments and precious ornaments. When she saw me, she moved away. After she left, I approached the garlanded Lord and asked, O Lord, who vanquishes the enemies of the gods, who has a lotus on his nabi, please tell me why Bhagavati Lakshmi ji left and went away. O Lord of the universe, I am neither evil nor cunning and deceitful. I am a tapasvi. My desires and senses are all under my control. I have even conquered anger. Maya has no effect on me. Every word I spoke was full of pride. Smiling, Bhagwan Vishnu said, Narad, it is against the laws of good conduct for a woman to be seen communicating with her husband in front of another man. O learned one, those who have achieved power over the wind, those who are masters of philosophy, those who perform austerities without food and water, and those who have conquered their senses, for those yogis also, Maya is unconquerable and invincible. O you who have all knowledge of divine music, this assertion that you have made, that you cannot be affected by Maya, should not be said in front of anyone else. When a great Muni like Sanak, who is one of the 4 sons of Brahma, could not overcome Maya, then what can be said of any Devas or Munis? How can those who assume the bodies of gods, humans and animals challenge and overcome the unborn, eternal Maya? Those who are learned in the Vedas, those who are exponents of yoga, those who possess the gunas, sattva, rajas and tamas can never overcome Maya. Desire is also Maya. She does not have form, shape or size. She stays hidden and invisible and exerts control over the wise, the foolish, the ordinary living beings. Sometimes it enters the attention of highly spiritual beings and creates desires. Then it is impossible to identify and recognize the influence of Maya. Naradji says, after hearing this, Bhagwan Vishnu became silent. My mind became troubled. Then I asked that eternal Lord of the universe, please tell me, O Ramapate, what is the form of Maya? What is the appearance? How many Shaktis does she have? Where does she live and who supports her? Please be kind to tell me all this. O you who are the support of the universe, I have a fervent desire to see and know this Maya. Please show her to me and help me understand her. Bhagwan Vishnu said, she who has the Shakti to support the entire universe, that Maya is Trigunatmika, that is, possessing the three qualities of Sattva, Rajas and Tamo, is Sarvagya, that is omniscient, Sarvasammata, that is unanimous, without plurality, Ajeya, that is inconquerable, and Anek Rupa, myriad forms. The universe is her form and she pervades the entire creation. Narad, I will show you that Maya who has remained unconquered even by the most invincible. After that, you should have no more gloom or dejection in your heart. After saying this, the Lord of Lords, Bhagwan Vishnu, remembered Garuda. Immediately Garuda arrived. Lord Vishnu took his seat on Garuda and honored me by making me sit behind him. Fleet as the wind, and with increasing speed, Garuda took us out of Vaikunth. Garuda knew every inclination of the Lord and went wherever the Lord desired to go. In this way, we saw many huge forests, holy lakes, rivers, towns, villages, mountains, pleasing ashrams of the Munis, cowsheds, beautiful wells with steps to go down to the water, big and small ponds filled with lovely lotuses, and herds of antelope and wild boar. Enjoying these sights, we reached Kanikubj, that is modern Kanauj. There we saw holy lake. Lotuses added to its beauty. Swans, cranes, and geese were swimming, and the scene was most pleasing. Blown, budded, and unfolded lotuses filled the lake. The water was holy and pure, and above all this was the buzzing of swarms of bumblebees. Seeing all this, Bhagwan Srihari said to me, listen to the sound of the cranes on this bottomless lake, and every corner is filled with lotuses. It is filled with Nirmal Jal, that is pure water. After taking a bath in it, Sri Hari caught hold of my forefinger, that is Vishuddhi. He kept describing the beauty of the lake and slowly took me to its banks. There were shady trees and we rested for a while. Then Sri Hari said, Muni, first of all you have a bath. The water of this lake is as pure as a sadhu's attention. Also, the speciality is that the pollen of the lotuses has made the water fragrant. Saying this, the Lord took my veena and my deer skin. The idea of a bath appealed to me. I went to the lake, washed my hands and feet, tied my top knot, rinsed my mouth, and then taking kusha grass in my hand, I began to bath in those sacred waters. Bhagwan Sri Hari sat before me. The moment I entered the water, I was changed into a beautiful maiden. In an instant, Sri Hari took my veena and deer skin and left for his abode. Fully dressed and ornamented like a woman, I stayed there. I had no memory of my past at all. I did not even remember the Lord of the universe, Bhagwan Vishnu. All my wisdom vanished and I became completely ignorant. When I came out of the water, I was an attractive, beautiful maiden. I kept looking all over and wondered what would happen next. Suddenly, there came before me a king, accompanied by an army of elephants, horses, chariots and soldiers. His name was Taldwaj. He was young and was dressed in rich clothes and ornaments. It was as if Kamdev himself had assumed a body and come there. I was dressed in shiny garments and jewels and ornaments. I was beautiful and my face was like the moon. Raja Taldwaj was most surprised when he saw me. He asked, Kalyani, who are you? Which of the gods is your father? Are you a human, a Gandharva, or a serpent maiden? Who has the good fortune to have been your father? You who have beauty of form and youth, why are you roaming alone in this place? O one with beautiful eyes, are you married or are you a maiden? You who can charm even Kamdev, tell me all about yourself. If you are still a maiden, please do me the honor of marrying me. I assure you, you will be very happy and well cared for. Naradji says, when the king finished speaking, I went into deep thought. Then I said, O king, I really do not know whose daughter I am. I do not know who my mother and father are. I do not know what to do, where to go, and how to find happiness. I have no protection of anyone. These problems are always troubling me. Fate is very powerful and controls all beings. None of my efforts have been successful. You are a dharmic person. Whatever you decide, so may it be. I surrender to you. I have no other protector. I have neither father or mother, nor brothers or friends. Also, I have no place to live. Hearing this, the king looked at me for some time. Then he said to his attendants, Go and fetch a high-quality palanquin and get bearers from the Shudra clan who are competent, that is, a class of people who draw water from wells and carry palanquins. The palanquin should have silk drapes. This beautiful maiden will sit in it. It should have soft cushions and pillows and a curtain made of pearls. The palanquin should be roomy and comfortable and be covered with gold plate. The capable attendants made all necessary arrangements and a beautiful palanquin arrived for me. To please the king, I entered the palanquin. He was very happy and all of us left for his palace. He consulted his guru and ministers, and on an auspicious date, we were married with all the proper rituals and ceremonies. He loved me dearly and called me Saubhagya Sundari, who is auspicious beauty. He spent all his time with me and gradually neglected his kingly duties of state. He did not see the passage of time. We were involved in each other and enjoyed the pleasures of his gardens, wells, ponds, and upper rooms of his palace. The king had become completely enamored and obsessed with me. This excessive indulgence into pleasure and passion had overpowered and destroyed my wisdom and discretion. My previous body was that of a man, and I had been brought up in the traditions of a Muni. None of this memory came into my mind. Day and night my only thoughts were, this is my husband, I am his wife. He loves me above all his other wives. I am the reigning queen of his life. I am a chaste and faithful wife, and I am obedient to all my husband's desires, and my life was very fruitful and prosperous. My whole life began to revolve around this life of love and pleasure. All the ancient knowledge of the spirit, the Brahmagyan, the Nirmal Vidya, the Dharma Shastras had all vanished. O most respected Muni, in this frivolous way, 12 years passed like 12 seconds. When I became pregnant, the king was overjoyed. He performed all the necessary ceremonies. He was very attentive and always wanted to know my preferences for food. But out of shyness, I could never tell him. In the 10th month, on a day which was most auspicious with the best planetary configurations, a son was born. The whole palace celebrated the event. After the purification, the king came to see his son and there was no limit to his happiness. Param Tapasvi Vyasji, this is how I came to be the wife of King Taldwaj. A second son was born, and with the advice of the Brahmins, the eldest son was named Veer Varma and the younger son Sudhanva. We had altogether 12 sons. With total attachment and maternal involvement, I spent all my time caring for the children. As the princes grew up, the king performed their marriages. Soon there was a big family of sons, daughter-in-laws, and their children. My involvement and attachments were growing stronger day by day. Sometimes the pleasures of wealth and family would surface, and sometimes illness of children and grandchildren would drown me with concern and sorrow. Sometimes there would be conflict among the sons and daughter-in-law, and that would fill me with worry and tension. Happiness and sorrows which come out of attachments are unavoidable and to no purpose. In spite of this, I was always in a state of agitation. All my previous divine knowledge and wisdom had deserted me. In this new female form, I was totally enmeshed in household problems and activities. And always, the ego was predominant to give self-importance and the feeling of being the doer. I was always conscious that these are my sons and these are my daughter-in-law and this entire family is mine. These children are so well dressed and have such luxuries. Among all women, I am indeed the most fortunate. It never entered my mind that I am Narada and that the Maya of God, that is illusion, has deprived me of my wisdom and intelligence. Being under the influence of Maya, I was firm in my belief that I was a chaste and faithful wife, a queen of the highest level and mother of many sons, and that I had fulfilled the purpose of my life. O most honored Vyasji, it happened that a king of another country declared enmity with King Taldwaj and landed in our kingdom. He had come with intentions to fight and had brought a large army, including elephants and chariots. He surrounded the palace. My sons and grandsons went out to fight. A terrible war followed. Cruel fate caused all my sons and grandsons to be killed in battle. I wept inconsolably, and tears poured out of my eyes in a continuous stream. I went to the battlefield, and when I saw the bodies of all the children, there was no limit to my sorrow and grief. I kept weeping and calling, "O sons, where have you gone? Why did this king slay all of you? Fate is so cruel and merciless. No one can stall fate." While I was wailing, Bhagwan Vishnu appeared in the guise of an aged Brahmin. He looked very holy and his garments were pleasing. He bestowed upon me the honor of appearing before me. I was weeping and he said to me, "O you with the sweet voice like a cuckoo, why are you weeping? This is nothing but an illusion. In the worldly attachments of husband and children and household, these situations do arise. Put your attention on your spirit and see. Think, who are you? Whose children are these and who are they? O you with beautiful eyes, get up. Stop crying and steady yourself. As per protocols, go and take your bath and make the customary Tilanjali, that is, offerings to the dead, consisting of sesame seeds and water. According to the scriptures and holy books, one has to bath in holy waters before performing the last rites for dead relatives. This cannot be done in the house. Naradji says, the old Brahmin, who was actually Bhagwan Vishnu, advised me, and accordingly I took the king and many of our attendants and left. The Brahmin led the way. Sri Vishnu, as the Brahmin, led me to the holy spot where there was a sacred lake. Then Sri Vishnu said, Gajagamini, who is a lady who has the graceful gait of an elephant, it is the time to perform the ritual. Take your bath in these sacred waters and give up all your grief and sorrows. In all your previous lives, crores of children, husbands, fathers, brothers, and son-in-laws have died. For which ones are you grieving? This is all the illusion of the mind. It is as transient as dreams. This unnecessary attachment and useless sorrow only cause disturbance to beings. Naradji says, after hearing all this advice, I got ready to enter the water. As soon as I got into the water, my form changed into that of a man. Bhagwan Sri Vishnu was sitting on the bank with my veena. O twice born Muni, I had the good fortune of a darshan of the Lord of the universe, Bhagwan Sri Vishnu. Then all that I had forgotten came back to my mind. I was Narada and I was sitting at the lotus feet of Lord Vishnu. By the power of Maya, I had been turned into a woman. I was thinking all this when Bhagwan Hari spoke. He said, Narad, come here. Why are you standing in the water so long? I realized that a moment ago I was an extremely beautiful woman and now I was a man. I was completely astounded. Chapter 6, Episodes 30 and 31. Bhagwan Sri Vishnu describes the importance and power of Mahamaya. Vyasji illustrates to Janmejay the majesty and grandeur of Devi Bhagavati. Naradji says, seeing me as a Brahmin, King Taldwaj was astounded. He wondered, where has my wife gone and from where did Naradji come? He began to wail for his wife who had suddenly left him. He kept saying, O you with eyes like lotus petals, where have you gone? What shall I do? I cannot live without you. My life, my household and my kingdom have no meaning without you. I have no wish to live. What happened? Did some fishes or tortoises kill you and eat you? It is my misfortune that Varun caused your death. I am grateful for the love you gave my sons and grandsons. You are still attached to them. It is not right for you to leave me like this. I am completely bereft. All my sons have been killed and now you have gone. The Creator Brahma is very severe and merciless that he causes us to die at different times. Our elders have made a very favorable rule for women that when the husband dies, they can immolate themselves on the funeral pyre. King Taldwaj kept weeping and wailing till Bhagwan Sri Hari gave him comfort and assurance. Sri Bhagwan said, Rajendra, why are you weeping? Where has your beloved wife gone? Could it be that you have never had the occasion to listen to the sacred scriptures or to be in the company of holy and learned men? Who was that woman? Who are you? What is union and what is separation? A human being's connection or relationship with this fast-flowing worldly ocean is just the same as a traveler has with the boat. Nothing can be achieved by weeping. Meetings and separations are all under the control or destiny or fate. Rajan, you met this beautiful maiden and have had occasion to marry her. You met her near a beautiful lake. At that time she was alone. She had no mother or father. That meeting happened by chance, and the separation has also happened by chance. Rajendra, do not be sad. No one can stop the events of Kal. Now, according to circumstances, go home and continue your life. Look after your kingdom and your subjects. Crying will not bring her back. Do not fall into this trap of grief and sorrow. Try to find some means of attaining yoga. Just as opportunities come for enjoyment and pleasure, so also they go away. Therefore, in this unreal world, it is not proper to indulge in sorrow and sadness. Neither happiness nor sorrow is a permanent state. Like a pendulum, there is a constant swing of happiness and sorrow. Rajan, purify your attention and go and rule your kingdom. Or else, renounce all your family and friends and make arrangements to live in the forest. This rare and difficult to attain human body is transitory. When you are fortunate to get a human body, you should make all efforts to become the spirit, that is Atma Kalyan. Hunger and other sensual appetites can be fulfilled even in the animal class. The intelligence and capacity for knowledge makes human beings a superior class. In other classes, they are not bestowed with this. Therefore, give up this grief over a woman and go back home. This is the Maya of Jagdamba, who is the cause of illusion and delusion to the entire creation. Naradji says, after hearing the words of Lakshmipati Bhagwan Vishnu, King Taldwaj offered pranams and got ready for his ritual bath. Then he went back to his kingdom. Now, deep inside his conscience, there arose a desire to renounce all worldly pleasures and retire into the forest. He handed his kingdom to his grandsons and left for the forest. He meditated and did tapasya and obtained Tattva Gyan, that is Nirmal Vidya. After King Taldwaj left, I was privileged to have a darshan of the sweet, smiling face of Lord of the Universe, Bhagwan Vishnu. I said to him most respectfully, Lord, you played a trick on me, but now I have understood the limitless power of Maya. After acquiring the body of a woman, all the events that took place are coming before me. O Lord Hari, you are the God of all gods and a great being. Please tell me one thing. When I entered the water of the holy lake, why did I lose my memory, my wisdom, my divine knowledge? After getting the woman's form, I accepted King Taldwaj as my husband, just like Shachi accepted Lord Indra. Then how did my memory and wisdom leave my body? This question constantly haunts me. All my wisdom, all my knowledge disappeared completely. Please tell me the cause of this. Having a woman's body, I experienced different kinds of pleasures. I kept drinking wine and eating prohibited foods without any hesitation. Never did I once remember that I was Narad. All the things that happened then, from beginning to end, are all coming back to memory. Bhagwan Vishnu said, O great soul, this is all the play of Mahamaya. She is the one who causes different states and conditions. Like the different states of wakefulness, sleep, deep slumber, that is, Sushupt, and other four states, so also the state of being in different bodies. It is natural and should not cause puzzlement. A sleeping person does not perceive, hear, or speak, and yet the same person when awake has all these faculties. During sleep, there is a disconnection of attention or it is enabled. One has all kinds of dreams. Sometimes he sees an elephant is chasing me. I am unable to run. What shall I do? There is no safe place for me. Sometimes he sees, my grandfather has come on a visit. We sit and talk and have food together. When we wake up, we realize that these experiences of happiness and sorrow were just dreams. He even recalls them and describes them to his friends. Just as a sleeping man does not realize that what is happening is a dream, so also a man cannot understand the unreality, the illusion, the majesty of Mahamaya. Narad, even Shankar and Brahma were not successful in fathoming the mystery of the nature of Mahamaya. Then how can any being with limited brain hope to understand the extent of her powers? Out of 3 attributes, Sattva, Raja, Tamu, she has created this entire universe. In the absence of these gunas, the creation cannot exist even for a moment. In me, Sattva guna is predominant. Rajo and Tamo gunas are subordinate. If I did not have all the 3 gunas within me, I could never govern the universe. In the same way, your father Brahma has Rajo guna predominant. Tamo and Sattva also exist within him. If these 2 gunas are absent, he cannot achieve anything. Similarly, Shiva has Tamo guna as predominant. Raju and Sattva reside as subordinate. There is no being in whom all 3 gunas are not present. Just recently, you have experienced the influence of Mahamaya. You had many experiences, good and bad. Then why are you asking me to tell you about Mahamaya? Vyasji says, Maharaj Janmejai, whatever description about Yoga Maya I got from Naradji, I will tell you. Listen carefully. Naradji is all-knowing and all-wise. After he told me about all his experiences as a woman, I asked him, Naradji, please tell me what the Lord of the Universe, Bhagwan Vishnu, told you and where did he go with you? Naradji said, after our meeting near the most beautiful lake, the Lord mounted his Vahana Garuda and decided to go to Vaikunth. Then he said to me, Narad, you may now go wherever you please or you can come to my abode. You are absolutely free to choose where you want to go. I took permission from him and went to Brahmalok. The Lord also sat on Garuda and left for Vaikunth. Then all kinds of thoughts, happy and sad, which were connected with my recent experiences, began to crowd my mind. I went into the bhavan of my father Sri Brahma. I bowed at his feet and offered pranams and then sat before him. O Muni, seeing me greatly disturbed, my father asked me the reason. Brahmaji said, O fortunate one, where have you been? Son, why do you look so perturbed? I notice that your attention is not steady. Has somebody deceived you? Did you witness some extraordinary or astonishing spectacle? Son, I can see that you are extremely sad. Your wit and wisdom seem blunt and slow. What is the reason? Naradji said, when my father questioned me in this way, I took my seat and related to him all the incidents that took place by the influence of Mahamaya. I said, Father, I fell into the trap created by the most powerful Bhagwan Vishnu. For many years, I lived the life of a woman. I had to suffer the grief of losing my sons and grandsons. Then he, himself, with his sweet voice, opened my mind to wisdom and knowledge. On his advice, I entered the holy lake and was restored to my original male form as Narada. Brahman, please tell me why my mind became so attached and enmeshed in worldly pleasures. As soon as my form changed into that of a female, I do not know where all my wisdom and knowledge vanished. This power of Maya is beyond my understanding. Because this Maya is concealed, destroys wisdom, defies discretion, and is ample testimony that she is the originator of the play. All the possible auspicious and inauspicious situations came before me. I experienced them all and realized this truth completely and thoroughly. Most respected Father, is there any way of conquering this Maya? Please tell me. Brahmaji said, the entire creation of Devatas, Mahatmas, Munis, Tapasvis, the learned, the yogis observing severe penances and living only on air, no one has been able to gain mastery over Maya. Even I have not been able to comprehend this most powerful and limitless Maya. This Mahamaya, who creates, nourishes, and destroys, is beyond knowledge and understanding. Time, actions, nature, or temperament work with her in cooperation as causals or inducements. Do not distress yourself over this infinite power of Mahamaya. Also, you should not wonder or be surprised, because every one of us is under her control. Naradji says, Vyasji, hearing this from my father, my worries and concern disappeared. Then I offered pranams and left. I visited holy places and reached here. O foremost among Kauravas, you also renounced all the grief and sorrows that you feel after the destruction of the Kauravas. Put your attention on the lotus feet of Bhagavati Jagdamba and spend your time in meditation. Accept the fact that we will have to suffer the consequences of our actions, good or bad, and pass your days in peace and joy of meditation. Vyasji says, Rajan, after giving me this valuable advice, Naradji left. I contemplated over what he told me and settled down on the banks of the holy river Saraswati. It happened to be a most sacred and auspicious time. I started to compose Srimad Devi Bhagavat. Rajan, this most supreme Puran removes all doubts and uncertainties, is full of narrations and stories, and has the Vedas deeply woven in all its purity. Rajan, it is not desirable to have even an iota of doubt in this. Just like a juggler or magician holds a puppet and makes it perform according to his commands, so also this Maya makes the whole universe dance according to her tune. From Brahma to all life forms which are endowed with 5 senses, all devas, demons, and humans act according to their mind and attention. And the 3 gunas or attributes, sattva, rajo, and tamo, are the causals. An action is the result of a causal. This is an absolute fact. The gunas, which are the creation of Maya, are of different natures and temperaments. They are basically of 3 kinds: serene, active, and slow. Being always dependent on these gunas, how can a person remain constant in the absence of it? Just as there cannot be cloth without yarn, so also there cannot be a living thing without the gunas. This is the absolute truth. Narendra, devas, humans, and animals, if any of these bodies are devoid of gunas, they cannot exist, in the same way that a pot cannot come into existence without clay. It is due to this connection that Brahma and all the gods sometimes experience happiness, sometimes sorrow, and sometimes pain. In the same way, the 14 Manus of the solar race and the lunar race, that is, Suryavanshi and Chandravanshi, also come under the sway of the Gunas and ruled. Therefore, Rajan, what about the ordinary mortals? Gods, demons, humans, and all other living things are subject to Maya. No one should have any doubt whatsoever about this. It is under the influence of Maya that a being commits an action. Maya exists and the essential element of the universe and is intermixed in everything. It works ceaselessly, giving impulses or instigation to all living things. This Maya has been accepted by Bhagavati Parameshwari and abides with her at all times. For this reason, the goddess, who is of the form of Satchit Anand, is also called Maheshwari. One should constantly chant her holy names and meditate on her and perform pujas to her. In her compassion and benevolence, she removes the influence of Maya. She bestows as a gift her own perception and knowledge and defeats, that is, deprives Maya. Therefore, she is also called Bhuvaneshi. In all the three worlds, there is no one as beautiful as her. Rajan, by her blessings and permission, if one can keep one's attention constantly and unswervingly on the lotus feet of Bhagavati Parameshwari, then what influence can the ever-present Maya have on us? Therefore, if you wish to be away from the machinations of Maya, you have to fix your attention totally and permanently on the lotus feet of Satchitanand Swarupini, Bhagavati Jagdamba. Any other worship, anywhere, is of no value. Just as darkness cannot dispel darkness, but the light of the sun, moon, lightning or fire succeeds in dispelling it, so also Maheshwari Jagdamba with her radiance can dispel Maya. This is the absolute truth. In order to prevent getting surrounded or covered by Mayic gunas, we should worship with full attention and devotion Bhagavati Jagdamba. Rajendra, whatever you desire to know about the destruction of Vrittasur and other connected events, I have told you in great detail. Now what else do you wish to know? O auspicious one, I have narrated to you the entire first half of the most holy, the most sacred Puran, the Srimad Devi Bhagavat. The magnificence and glory of the Devi have been described with great reverence and respect. These detailed descriptions of Bhagavati should not be narrated to any and everyone. Only those who are devotees, calm and peaceful, who love and respect other devotees of the Devi, pupils of a Sadguru, your eldest son, one who worships the Guru, to those fortunate people you can narrate this supreme Puran. It contains the essence of all the Purans, is equal to all the Vedas, and full of testimonial authority. The person who reads or listens to this narration with single-minded devotion and attention, he gets filled with Nirmal Vidya, the pure divine knowledge. End of chapter 6.
The holy recital of Srimad Devi Bhagavat. Jai Shri Mataji.